As a courtesy to our speakers and fellow attendees, we ask that you please silence all devices. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our show will begin in a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our show will begin in a few minutes. As a courtesy to our speakers and fellow attendees, we ask that you please silence all devices. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our show is about to begin. Please welcome to the stage Matt Plank, CRO at Rippling, and Sam Blond, former CRO, Brex.
All right. Good morning, SaaStr. Thank you all so much for being here. Before we jump in, huge shout out to the team at SaaStr for putting on just the best conference in the world as it comes to startups. The hall with the expo for the vendors is packed, and as I walk around, everybody just has the biggest smile on their face. So everybody's so happy to be here. So incredible job to Team SaaStr on yet another amazing event. My name's Sam Blond. In addition to hosting SaaStr's CRO Confidential series, I've been in tech sales for something like 15 years, most recently CRO at Brex. I was at Founders Fund as a partner for a couple years and just recently started my own company as co-founder and CEO. I'm joined by an incredible human, one of my best friends in the world. His name's Matt Plank. Welcome, Matt. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Matt is arguably the best revenue leader in the world right now. We did a series for CRO Confidential maybe 18 months ago, and Matt talked about being the first sales go-to-market hire at Rippling in Parker's basement when there was $0 of revenue. And we fast forward to today, and Rippling is a $14+ billion, many thousands of employees, I think 1,500 folks in the revenue organization, several $100 million of ARR. And Matt grew that organization and that revenue number from making cold calls in Parker's basement just a few years ago. So very few people have accomplished something like this. And my intuition is you're sort of just getting started, as is Rippling. Congrats on all the success, and thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
So today we're going to do, as the title would suggest, a deep dive into Rippling's top 3 growth tactics. As we were talking through what we wanted to talk about, we sort of categorized the go-to-market organization and Rippling's revenue into 3 different stages, and then we went deeper on each of them. And so that's what we're going to do here. Those stages are going to be demand gen. We're going to focus more specifically on outbound, which makes up the majority of Rippling's revenue from an attribution standpoint. We're then going to move on to closing revenue. And then we're going to finish with serving customers and expanding revenue in the base. So we'll jump right in. Let's start with outbound. As I alluded to in the intro, outbound started with Matt in Parker's basement, writing cold emails, dropping people in sequences, and making cold calls. Why don't you just talk us through the evolution of outbound at Rippling from those early days to where it is today?
Yeah. So I think you kind of nailed it. I mean, in the early days, what we referred to as outbound was really programmatic outbound that was led by marketing, which was me in the early days in the basement, until we then hired our CMO, Matt Epstein, at the time. And I think programmatic outbound, makes a lot of sense when you're a small company, mostly because it's essentially free. You've got to build your database, you got to build your database, buy the right tools, but you don't have to staff an entire SDR team to go after the accounts. And so programmatic outbound makes a lot of sense. You have virtually an unlimited TAM. You can, there's hundreds of thousands of accounts that you could go after. And then eventually, for us, we did really programmatic outbound up until about 2 years ago. And 2 years ago, we were looking at our next year's growth plan, and we were looking at the revenue that we wanted to get to. And we kind of ran into this constraint of we literally don't have enough accounts in our database to continue to get the yield that we get on our programmatic outreach. And so it was this really big moment in the company actually, where all of a sudden our growth was going to hit this major constraint, simply because our database wasn't big enough. And I mean, it took us 5 to 6 years to get to that point, but it became really a huge bottleneck for the company. And so at the time, we were getting around a 50 bips to 1% conversion on programmatic outbound. So we would reach out to 1,000 accounts, and we would get basically somewhere between 5 to 10 demos, right, through the programmatic outbound. Now they were basically free. We basically had inbound SDRs that would schedule those, engage on the responses, but they had quotas of I think 50 or 60 demos a month. So it was a very highly transactional, very CAC efficient model. And so fast forward though, like the database wasn't big enough to scale to, getting 50 bips to 1%. And if you fast forward to today, 18 months later, we have about 150 outbound SDRs, and the conversion that we get is between like 3 to 7% on the same accounts, right? And so if we now reach out to 1,000 accounts, depending on the segment, we get anywhere from like 30 to 70 demos, right? Like obviously you would look at that and be like, well, of course, why would anybody want 10 demos if you could get 30 to 70? And the reality is like you have to staff a 150 person outbound team, which is not just SDRs, but managers, directors, like VPs, like you've got to build the whole machine. And so it's really important to be able to find a way for your business to be able to support that kind of investment, meaning you need to be able to have the average deal sizes that make sense. You need to be able to in fact close outbound deals with win rates that make sense. Like there's a whole bunch of things. I think you can't just decide you want to go do outbound and go do it because it's a pretty big investment. But for us, it was probably the single biggest thing of the revenue org in the past 18 months of getting us where we are today. And is really the single biggest thing for next year in terms of growing at the scale that we're at now.
Okay, so quick recap. And then I'll ask a question, which is where my mind goes. On the recap side, you really started with marketing-owned programmatic outbound, where marketing was determining, building the database, determining who to reach out to, what to say, and then just effectively blasting the universe with marketing templated email copy. Inbound SDRs were fielding the responses to that. So you didn't have an outbound SDR organization until something like 18 months ago. Started building that because you realized that the sort of ROI on the number of accounts that you were reaching out to was reaching diminishing returns, and you wanted to staff humans to get higher yield on the accounts that you were targeting. Where my mind goes with that is something like, in today's world, playing devil's advocate, couldn't a really sophisticated marketing organization with account scoring determining the highest ROI accounts to go after, using AI to write really creative email copy, wouldn't that be more effective, arguably, than having a 22-year-old SDR assigned an account, figuring out how to treat this account and try and generate a demo? Why is this yielding higher results?
Yeah. I think there's two pieces to that question. I think the first one is there's obviously a lot of people out there, I think these days, that reference things like, outbound is dead or dying, or, that AI is going to replace, first SDRs and then account executives, all that good stuff. There's a bunch of reasons why I don't believe any of that, but there's one very, very important and obvious reason that every time somebody says that, I'm like, well, you clearly don't do outbound well or at scale. And the reality is that that's because 50% of our demos that are booked in outbound are booked over the phone. That was a shocking stat to me. When we hired Ashley Kelly, who runs our outbound sales org 18 months ago, credit to her really for building the outbound sales org. If I was building it personally, I'm sure we would not be doing anywhere near as well as we are. But she was like, yes, this still works. And I thought it was crazy. I don't particularly answer my phone call to cold calls and all that kind of stuff. And so it feels so unnatural that would be how it's done. But this month in September alone, we'll book probably 1,300 outbound demos across our various different outbound teams, and literally 50% of them scheduled on the phone, right? And so obviously AI can help with a bunch of pieces of the kind of hierarchy of what you do in outbound, but I don't think AI is going to be booking demos over the phone anytime soon. And so that's just not really realistic. I think if I kind of go through the you asked a kind of a slightly different question around why is outbound effective? What are the humans doing essentially that that you can't do programmatically? And I think first I'll kind of just run through at a high level, what are the things that an outbound SDR does, and then kind of double click on where does AI? We actually do use AI for a bunch of pieces of the process, but the first one is account fit, right? Going after the right accounts. Probably nothing more important than going after the right accounts, which seems obvious, but we spend a lot of time going after some of the wrong accounts. And when I say account fit, I mean we use rules-based heuristics, industry size, kind of common sense things you can develop and build in your RevOps kind of stack. And then we have an ML model on top of that that the data science team owns to figure out okay, within something like manufacturing, which might be a red industry for us or something that's harder to get traction in, there are a lot of heuristics about a company that might make them more likely to respond to things like how long have they been around for, how many, like what's their social media presence, how many followers do they have on Twitter or LinkedIn, whatever. So we use some combination of like rules-based and then a kind of ML model to sit on top of that and basically like provide to the SDRs like these are the best accounts and then stack ranking them within there. I think the second big piece is who do you reach out to? Like your TAM is really constrained by the number of contacts, not the number of accounts. If you have 1 million accounts and like one persona to reach out to, right? You have 1 million contacts. But if you can reach out to 4, 5, 6, 7 different people within an account, obviously it massively expands your TAM. And so it's about account fit first and foremost. And then it's about like contact stalking. And when we talk about like AI, of course you can ingest into your database all the contacts at a company, but like they're generally not good on average for like 4 months, right? And then immediately like a large percentage of them are out of date because people move companies, they don't update their role in the company, like new people join the company. And so you have to have a human to kind of like look at the account and the contacts, and it can save them time if everything's good. But our SDRs are frequently like adding new people into our database, like in real time as they go through. So who do you go after? The right contacts. I think the second two big things for us are very marketing led, which is what we call intent signals and event signals. Intent signals are obvious. Marketing does a great job harvesting the things like going to review sites, going to demo sites, all the different interactions with our brand, content downloads, whatever, and like pushing that into the CRM so the SDR can like, see that people are interacting. Events like job change is a big one for us. Number one, easiest time to reach out to somebody to buy something is when they've joined a new company and they're evaluating their systems, fundraising, acquisitions, all that good kind of stuff. And so you're kind of going through the few different things here. And then the last two pieces, personalization, obviously, I think more important today than it was even 3 years ago. AI will personalize some things. To give you an example of the downsides of like AI personalization, I was chatting with Sam about this. We get a template generated from one of our AI vendors that's like that I think automates like the research and not necessarily sending the email. And here's a good example of why. There was an SDR who had a template, and it was basically generated by the AI. And what had happened was a prospect had posted on LinkedIn something about like their father had passed away, and it was a very nice like sentimental post about their father, picture, whatever. And the AI template was like, hey, saw that your father passed away, very sorry to hear that, like you should check out Rippling. It was literally like, and a lot of people would just be like click send, right? Like it generated a template, because I mean 90% of them are actually pretty good. And so I think it's about like AI can automate research and like filter, scrape the interwebs and like filter you things. But I don't think necessarily that they should be like sending all of the emails. And then the last thing is really about saturation. And it's the most important thing. You've got to be able to like email people, send them a LinkedIn request, call them, leave them a voicemail. As somebody who gets prospected to a lot, like if you not harass me, that's the wrong word. If you come at me from every different channel around, eventually I'm going to remember the name, and I'm going to remember like, finally I'm going to be more likely to respond, even if it's a no, I'm not interested or not right now, versus if you're just sending emails, it's like very easy to just ignore those forever and never respond. So it's like right accounts, right contacts, personalizing everything, obviously, but then it's really about like saturation at the end of the day. And obviously cold calls, I mentioned, we book 50% of our demos.
Awesome. Really interesting on the, just sort of wrapping up on the outbound topic. Any sort of like outbound's interesting because it's the type of thing where like, if we were having this conversation in 2018, the tactics that we would be leveraging and talking about would be different from 2020 to 2022. Now we're here in 2024. So this is like an ever-evolving process when the market sort of like saturates specific tactics, the industry evolves and new things start happening again. We talked about AI. We wouldn't have been talking about the sort of like automated email personalization example that you just described 2 years ago. Any sort of like specific tactics that you think you're on the cutting edge of right now?
I'd say that there's one specific like bucket of tactics that I think are important that I think of as like required to do the job, but I recognize a lot of marketing teams don't. And the second one is almost like more old-fashioned. To your point, everyone's like AI and things like this. I think picking up the phone and calling people is like a lost art. I think a lot of companies just don't do that anymore. And it may even be why it's more effective today is because everyone's like, cold calling doesn't work. We got to do other things. But I think probably the biggest one for us is the marketing investment in, like we used to capture intent and then like send a programmatic email, right? Hey, you're on our website, right? Here's an email. Hey, you went to a review site. Here's an email. And so I think it's the evolution of just realizing like, if you go back again a few years ago, people didn't even capture intent in that way, right? Like if you go back 10 years ago when we were building SDR teams at Zenefits, it was like you had a spreadsheet. There wasn't even outreach, right? It was like Yesware or whatever was the first tool. And so I think marketing's come a long way where it's very easy now to capture like the intent and the interaction with your brand, but most companies just click automate programmatic send. And so for us, it's about marketing being like, hey, we can partner together. You know, they don't get credit per se if they're like filtering us the information and the outbound team books it. But I do think that having a tight partnership with marketing and not feeling like you care who gets credit is really important, because then it allows them to allocate a bunch of their budget at things that actually produce outbound, you know, generated S2. So marketing alignment, and then good old fashioned, like the innovation is actually going back in time and like picking up the phone and calling people. I think it does still work.
Awesome. Quick recap on outbound. We'll move on to closing revenue. There are a couple things that come to mind that Rippling is sort of like bucking the trend on here. The first is there's this like meme of outbound is dead. I think, you know, Matt, you gave me the stat that something like 50% of our revenue is sourced from outbound, and going forward, we're forecasting 60% of our revenue to be sourced from outbound. And so that like bucks this trend and concept that outbound is dead. The other one is like AI is going to automate away the human SDR. And you've gone from 0 outbound SDRs 18 months ago to 150 today. And I imagine the acceleration of that team from a headcount standpoint will continue to increase.
Yeah.
And so like two things that are sort of counterintuitive or contrarian compared to like the sort of sentiment in the market today. The other thing that stands out that you said is that 50% of the demos, 50% of the revenue come from cold calling. And I just think, like, with outbound, there are two things that come to mind that lead to effectiveness. And if you're not taking advantage of these two things, you're probably not being successful in outbound. The first is the concept of hustling. It's easy to create a email sequence and send it to hundreds of people with like the click of a mouse, where I'm gonna merge in your first name or something like that. Picking up the phone and cold calling somebody, it's harder. And generally speaking, like human nature is to not want to do that. It's easier to click send the email. I'll tell a very quick story. I even remember the company, but it's something that I will always remember. In the early days at Brex, our office manager came to me and said, "There's somebody here to see you with a delivery." And one of the SDRs from a company called TalkDesk had come to our office, said they were a delivery person to like bypass getting into the office, asked if they could speak with me. And so they were like door knocking. And so that's like, you know, sending an email is easy. Picking up the phone is hard. Door knocking and showing up at somebody's office to pitch them on taking a meeting, much harder.
Yeah.
And so like the more sort of like effort put in, probably the higher yield, because you definitely will stand out more. And then the second thing is just around being creative. You want to stand out, not do what everyone else is doing, because it will just reach diminishing returns over time. Okay, with that, let's move on to closing customers. So Rippling, I think, is famous for this like concept of a compound startup. I think Parker and Rippling really invented that term. And what compound startup means is Rippling today has something like 30 individual product offerings, what you all call SKUs. Rippling started with 4 individual products. And has grown into, again, this concept of a compound startup where launching many new products on a regular basis versus sort of a point solution, which would be sort of the antithesis of a compound startup. I think many companies, many startups are evolving into this compound startup approach. And at a minimum, many startups are launching new products in order to be able to accelerate revenue growth. So I thought this would be a really interesting topic for us to go deeper on. Let's start with how this like compound startup approach manifested in the go-to-market organization structure to begin with, which I think was, again, as I said, like 4 products and maybe 1 salesperson that sold the entire suite, the entire Rippling offering. Today we're at 30 different products in a much more complicated go-to-market organization. So if you can just tell us about the evolution of how this compound startup approach manifested in the go-to-market organization.
Yeah. So yeah, to your point, I mean, there's a journey along the way from 4 SKUs to 30, obviously, right? And I think for the longest time, as we kept launching more products, we convinced ourselves that if you couldn't keep up with the velocity of product launches as a rep, like maybe it wasn't a rep who could, maybe it was a rep that like wasn't going to make it or it couldn't work out. There was a belief that as you train the new reps, and then all of a sudden, a couple weeks later, they don't understand the product. We're like, wait, come on, like we trained you. Why don't you understand this thing? And it got to a point where it was very clear that like even the best reps on the team, they just like could not absorb any more information about a new set of products, right? And the reality is that as we kind of went through this process, and we learned like painfully along the way, because we did try, like obviously before we snapped to this like different org structure, we were not winning in the way that we needed to, which is why we kind of like forced the change versus having the like knowing that this would come and kind of being able to predict it. But once we got to around like 15 SKUs or something, the reality was what really happened, like we'd been launching SKUs up to that point that were all kind of similar to our core buyer, similar to like our core product suite. They were like very close attachments. Most people would buy them during the same sales process. And then what happened was we launched a set of SKUs. Really, it was at the same time, around the same time, we launched our finance suite, and then we launched our global payroll suite. And when we launched the finance suite, we were like directly competing with Brex, with Ramp, with like really great products, good go-to-market organizations, like companies that were doing really well, very well respected. On the global side, it was Deal and Remote and Papaya Global. And so something changed when we tried to have, it was like the 12th SKU, the 13th SKU, all the same buyer, same category of products. It was like working kind of okay. And then once we had a core rep trying to sell, as the 15th SKU and compete with like a new logo rep at Brex or Ramp, like we were just getting our butts kicked. Like it wasn't, we were just like, this doesn't, like we couldn't iterate fast enough. We couldn't keep up with the collateral, all these things that were just breaking. And so we kind of decided at that moment, we need to build what we launched, which is basically our product account executive org. And the easiest way to like visualize and describe it is there's like 3 teams that sell stuff at Rippling. There's the core new logo rep who touches every single new logo on the way in the door. There's the account management team who owns every single customer post-sales. So those are like mutually exclusive. And then there's a product AE org that like straddles the middle, right? That for some products, the new logo rep just like closes them on their own. And for some products, the new logo rep tags in the product AE to like co-sell a deal together, right? And then on the account management side, similar dynamic. There are like some SKUs where like they own the kind of cross-sell to customers, and there are those same set of SKUs where they tag in this product AE and essentially co-sell that deal together. And there's a whole bunch of reasons why we did that and benefits from that I can go into a little bit deeper, but to give you at least a backdrop of is like a pretty, we wouldn't have been, even when we launched new products today, I just think about when we launched them, it's like, man, like what would we do if we didn't have this product AE org and we were launching this into 250 new logo reps and trying to train them all?
Super helpful. And I think the reason that this is such an interesting topic is I talk with founders all the time, and one of the more, and increasingly so, one of the more common conversations I'm having is around launching a new product. And how should we, as a startup, approach the launch of this product to make it most effective? And so through that lens, probably a lot of folks in the audience that have multi-products in their company today are planning on launching additional products. How do you determine whether a new product launch receives a dedicated sales rep versus having the existing sales rep, sales team, just add that to the suite of what they are already selling?
Yeah. Well, one, it's a great question because there is, like, I had to develop a very specific point of view on this because Parker, our CEO, every single new product we launched, he'd be like, new sales team, new sales team. Like, he was addicted to the idea of like a small team that could go sell this. But it's not, you can't have, to your point, like you can't have 30 product teams. It's an app, it's just like, it's not, you can't manage it, the complexity. And so we did have to come up with a framework of like, every time, we launched probably 5 new products like every year. So we did have to come up with like, when we launch a new product, like which path does it go down? And I think the first one, and probably most obvious one, is who's the buyer? Like who's the persona that you're selling to, right? Now, not to be confused with, like, you know, our core buyer is HR, right? Selling an HCM product, payroll, benefits, talent management, all that kind of stuff. And obviously for most companies, like a CFO is involved in a decision to buy usually our product, but they're not like signing up for a demo. They're not generally leading the evaluation. And so, you know, when we launch things where like the HR buyer is the one who's, you know, like clicking demo requests and filling out their name, we tend to lean that to the core team. When we launched the finance suite, it was very clear that like the person who was going in and filling out like a demo request was a CFO or an accountant or a controller or whatever, right? And so the buyer kind of shifted to like a new kind of persona, which has a whole bunch of different ways, like different ways that you sell to them, different things they care about, different pricing strategy, different negotiation. So it's like this very different thing, and that's one criteria is what's the persona? If you're selling to IT, if you're selling to front office, right? Like it's like once you're managing things that are very polarly different, that's obviously the first thing that we look at. It's the first set of like, okay, do we evaluate? And then we move to the second step. And the second step is a really, really important one and definitely required. And that is like, do the unit economics work to build a sales team, right? If you have 15 products where you charge, you know, $5 to $10 PEPM for all of them, and you launch a 16th product where you also charge $10 PEPM, like you can't build the whole sales team around a single SKU where like the unit economics don't. You can't set the quotas high enough. You can't fund the leadership hires. You can't do that. But a lot of teams, when they're constructed right and they have a much higher kind of like PEPM or, you know, revenue opportunity for that particular SKU or set of SKUs, like now you can all of a sudden build like a mini little org chart, because having a rep who's a product AE, that in itself does not get you even halfway there to what you need. You need to be able to have the reps, the managers, the director, and most importantly, you need the like mini CRO who spends every single second of their day thinking about like, how do I beat the competitors in this space, right? When I think about launching, you know, Finance Cloud as an example, of course, Brex and Ramp and these guys were like good competitors, and I wanted to be involved in like, how do we win and what do we do and what product do we need to build and how do we compete against them? And I was involved in some of that in like the launch, but like 2 months later, 3 months later, we were already iterating on all of the strategy, and I simply couldn't keep up with it. Like I needed the like mini CRO type of person to come in and run this org almost like an incubated inside of like broader Rippling. And that person meets with product all day long and figures out like what are the right products that we actually need to build, like what does the go-to-market team need, which is sometimes not exactly what product thinks that we need. They're meeting with marketing to make sure that the collateral, the kind of competitor battle cards, like all the enablement stuff, and most importantly, making sure that like the demand gen works, right? Like when you think about product AEs, they get their demos from new logo reps that bring them in and from account managers who bring them into customers. And so like, you know, it doesn't just happen organically. The product leaders are poking into the new logo sales org and being like, hey, I see new logo rep that you're talking to this company that's like an e-commerce. Like, why the hell am I not invited into this opportunity for our finance suite product? It's perfect fit. And so having that like VP sales leader be able to probe deeper into new logo sales or probe deeper into the customer base and like create their own demand gen, like you don't get that if you have like a sales engineer or a solutions consultant. Like you don't get the same thing. And so it's essentially like the persona, can you make enough money to fund it? And by the way, when we launch new products and we know that they really need to be a product-led org, we actually think about like the pricing with that backdrop. We're like, well, we need to be able to make sure that like we can price this in a way where we can fund that type of environment. And then the last thing is, can it be purchased as like a phase 2 project, right? If you launch a new product, but like it's always part of the initial evaluation, then like it's pretty hard to have a product team that owns it. But if you launch products where someone might buy your core product and then it's okay that they'll buy the second product later, then again, it makes more sense because if you're not attached at the new logo, you just like follow the journey over to customer and like now you can still go win the opportunity there. So those are kind of the three like very important things that we evaluate, even as we're like building the product and thinking about how do we build it and how do we price it to make sure that we can get it into that construct if we need to.
Okay, awesome. And so then just a bit of a recap, starting at the highest level, the theme of this conversation is growth tactics, the most impactful growth tactics that accelerated revenue growth within Rippling. One layer deeper, it's like when you went to multiple sales teams dedicated to selling specific products, that change was one of the three most important things that you have done to accelerate revenue growth at Rippling. And then if folks in the audience want a pattern match on how to decide when you have a dedicated sales team for a product, there are three criteria that you should consider. The first is the decision maker or the buyer different from the decision maker in your initial core product offering? The second thing is, do the economics make sense? Can we charge enough for the product to support salespeople dedicated to sell it? And then the third thing is, can this product operate on its own as an independent product offering? And so if those three criteria exist as you launch a new product, at least, if you want to follow sort of the Rippling playbook, you should start with a dedicated sales team to sell that product versus attaching it to your existing suite of products that your sales rep is selling.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, let's keep going. Servicing customers, we're just like moving down the customer life cycle here. Similar to the other two topics, the way that you have serviced customers, especially as you've introduced this product complexity, has evolved over time. I think you started with, and this is, by the way, another one of these topics that I hear about all the time, which is like, should we do CSMs? Should the CSMs just focus on revenue retention? Who owns upsell in these accounts? Is that a separate person? I think you've evolved with the business over the course of the last several years. Just tell us like how you have evolved, and then we'll get to sort of the like major takeaways in terms of what you would recommend to folks doing in terms of structuring a customer servicing organization to optimize for revenue.
Yeah. Yeah, I think one of the lessons early on, I remember asking our CEO Parker, like, why can't we have CSMs and account managers? And he was like, doesn't work like that. You have to pick one. And I think I've learned, and I think my biggest one of the most obvious.
And just for qualification, CSM is more sort of like empathy-oriented, retention-focused.
Yeah.
Account manager is more like a revenue-oriented person servicing and upselling the accounts.
Yeah, from my perspective, customer success manager, CSM, like does not own a new revenue quota. They can. I don't recommend it. An account manager, to your point, like owns a dollar quota, is like managed just like an account executive. And so I think it's about some of it's about your company and the structure, and also different motions make sense at different times. So when we launched our company back 8 years ago, and we had 4 products, we couldn't have account managers because we sold all 4 products to pretty much every single customer that signed up, right? There was nothing to sell them after the fact. And so we had customer success managers, one, because there was no revenue to capture post-sale, and two, early on, Series A, Series B, it's like everybody needs to have deep empathy for the customer, right? Hopefully that's true like long term, and the bigger you get, the more you have to like reinforce that. But certainly when you're small and you're getting your first 100, 200 customers, like it helps to have a CSM who's I don't think they would refer to themselves this way, but they kind of end up becoming like escalated support at the end of the day, right? It's like there's a support team that can do all the day-to-day transaction stuff, who's not on calls generally, and so the support team can be more responsive. But when there's not like a comprehensive enough response, it will get escalated to a CSM, and a CSM can like help make sure that they're taken care of. And so early on, we had CSMs as the only kind of post-sales resource, and we really did that for up until probably like 4 years in, and we launched products a lot sooner than 4 years in. And so there was this time period where we were launching products, and we had the customer success managers who owned post-sale customer relationship. And what would happen is they would, when somebody wanted to buy a new product, they would float it back to like the new logo rep that closed it maybe 2 years ago. So a new logo rep's doing like 20 demos a month of new logos that are much, much larger deal size. And all of a sudden they're getting a customer from 2 years ago that wants to come back and buy like one product as an add-on. Like they don't prioritize it the same way. They don't care about it the same way. It's never going to work. And so we were like, okay, we got to transition and make our CSM team own cross-sell. We're going to like cut off new logo. Be like, you don't ever get cross-sell anymore. You only get it, for customer success. And then we tried to transition the customer success team we had hired to be like account managers without the title. And we realized very quickly, like, this does not work. We hired an entire team of customer success managers who, frankly, like, many of them didn't even want to have they're like a quota. I don't want a quota. That's not what I signed up for. So we had to go through this kind of painful transformation to actually like change the role. Like it became account manager and not customer success. And as it became account manager, we then gave them like a dollar quota. They owned cross-sell. We really tried very hard to integrate them into the sales team and make it feel like culturally part of sales. In fact, at the time, the CSM org reported into our VP of customer experience who owned like implementation and support. And so we actually moved it over into the sales org probably about 2 years ago. And so last year they were account managers. They did an incredible job. They had like explosive growth in the customer base that like could not have been executed any better by like that team and the transition, the new people that we hired. However, when we transitioned them, they didn't own a retention quota. So as CSMs, they only owned retention, and as account managers, they only own new revenue. And we kind of convinced ourselves that, we're a high velocity business. They had a lot of customers. We kind of convinced ourselves that, like, look, if someone's churning, I don't know that an account manager can save them necessarily. It might be a product thing that happened, or there's some reason why we don't know that it makes sense for an AM to try to like really chase this down. And we convinced ourselves that over 6 months, 8 months, 9 months, and as the year went on, there were just these small moments of time where somebody would churn and we would go look at the interactions and we would be like, this interaction from the account manager was clearly not the interaction of somebody who actually cared if this person churned, even though it was part of their job, meaning like we managed them to it, we had expectations, we had a playbook, right? But it was like there was a stick, but there was no carrot, right? There was no incentive tied to it. And so we kind of just made the decision in Q4 of last year that this year we were going to make that team own a retention number. Part of the reason we did it, or were able to do it, is because we had this product AE org. And so like they were owning sales of all of the products post-sales. And we said, look, you're going to own the relationship commercially, but if you need to go sell like finance suite, like you're going to actually tag in an account executive who's going to own the demo, the evaluation, the negotiation, like all of the things they were owning. And so all of a sudden it opened up some capacity, and we're like, what you're going to do with this capacity is you're going to care about retention, and we're going to actually tie comp, to retention as a number, and like just dramatically change the behavior and the impact and results this year. Like our baseline of churn and from the account management org is like just a number that we kind of just massively beat every month. And we were talking about like some of the, like you can't just make them own retention and comp and then expect everything to change. That's like a starting point. But you also need to make sure that there's like the right behavior that you give them time for and allow them to do so that they can do the things that actually do impact retention. But if I could go back and do it all over again, definitely would have not ever thought that like someone could technically own retention as a company goal and not own it as like an individual goal. Like that'll never work.
Okay, so in the interest of time, just to sort of recap where you are today, and I think what you would wish you had done earlier. And every business is going to be different and more nuanced, but the structure that you would have done earlier and where you are today as it pertains to servicing customers is you have a sales-oriented account manager. So somebody with a background of selling, owning a revenue number and a quota. They are the sort of like face of the business to the customer. They own the customer relationship, but they do not sell to the customer. They own the number, but they pull in the sales rep that specializes in the product to upsell the customer. They still get credit for it. They own the number, but they aren't the ones doing the actual selling. in addition to owning the revenue number and being sort of a sales experienced person, just from a profile standpoint, they also own a retention number. And owning the retention number, if you think about the concept of like incentives drive behavior, or the Charlie Munger, show me the incentive, I'll show you the outcome, as you added the retention part to the compensation, there were immediate benefits in terms of improved customer experience and the outcome of reduced churn. And so then like that's how you would structure a servicing organization knowing everything you know today.
Yeah, and we chatted about this decision where if you have to choose between a CSM profile that's going to own revenue or an account manager profile that needs to be like customer success oriented, 100 times out of 100, I'm picking the account manager that needs to be customer oriented, because you can teach a revenue generating person to have empathy for a customer, right? It's a cultural thing that you have to, that like, you know, humans can learn. You can't make at large a CSM org like want to be a quota carrying revenue generating team. It's just like it's a different profile, and I think certainly there's like, you know, people from both groups that you could make crossover, but I think if you're talking about like a 100-person org and transforming them and what's the profile you're going to build, I would always go with kind of like sign me up for a quota, like that's what I want to do, and teach them the empathy for the customer. I think that's the trade-off that you should make.
Awesome. We're going to wrap up on that note. I think we're approaching the time limit where the band starts playing and kicks us off the stage. Thank you so much, everyone, for attending the session. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah,
awesome job.
absolutely.
And
Thank
have
you
a great
as well.
rest of SaaStr.
Thanks, everyone.
Attention. Our 10 o'clock session with Jason Lemkin and Renee Lessert has been moved to the AI Summit stage. Again, our 10 o'clock session has been moved to the AI Summit stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our show is about to begin. Please welcome to the stage Jason Baymig, co-founder and CEO at Ironclad Inc., and Seema Aimbal, partner at Anderson Horowitz.
Hey y'all, great to be here.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. So we're going to talk a little bit about 5 things that are working and not working yet in AI for SaaS. Maybe quick intros. Jason?
Yeah, so I'm Jason, CEO, co-founder at Ironclad. We're a contract management platform, which means we help businesses with the entire life cycle of their contracts. Could be sales contracts, vendor agreements, you name it. We're helping them make them and keep track of all the information on them.
And I'm Seema. I'm a partner in Andreessen Horowitz. I focus on early stage investing and have been doing software investing for the last 15 years. I actually met Jason at one of the Ironclad rooftop law schools. Was that what those called?
Yeah.
In, I think, 2016. And both of us have gone to law school. So nerded out over that. And it's always fun to be back together.
Yeah. And excited to be here today. What we're going to try to do is really talk through just some kind of like field notes on AI, what's working, what are we seeing with the lens that we have, and then some of the things that aren't working that I think are still to be figured out by the industry, and hopefully we can get there together.
Yeah, so you'll get like what we're seeing from talking to early stage companies, and then the like founder, company builder experience as well. All right, let's dive in. So we're going to start off talking about what's working. The first one is using AI to help with onboarding. So I put onboarding along with customer support, which is 2 of the use cases you've probably heard a lot about. We're seeing a lot of companies have success using AI either through tools they've built themselves or through SaaS vendors, kind of help users understand a new behavior or like use a product for the first time with the help of AI. So to put this concretely, there's a whole set of presentation software, AI-driven presentation software that's been growing really quickly in the last year or 2. And this category actually, I wouldn't say struggled, but it was growing much more slowly. It was harder to get folks to get used to like an AI-generated presentation. Once they started building out templates and the onboarding flow via AI themselves, that new user behavior was a lot easier to learn. And that same thing we're seeing across other categories as well. And a lot of times, our companies are using SaaS vendors to sort of help with that. Everything from, honestly, the demo all the way through the like support. And so like onboarding is definitely one of them. But like it takes a lot of the learning and the like coaching and professional services that has to go in through the implementation period. And AI is able to help with that.
Yeah. And so like something that drives me crazy as a founder is this just effort required to get a customer set up and like successfully using the platform. And for us, like there's a lot of that. There's kind of discovering the legal team's preferences, like how they like to negotiate a contract. When they see this language, they like to respond with this other language that's in their playbook. And the way we have done that historically is deliver professional services and scope it and like ask a bunch of questions. What we're seeing early progress on is this ability of AI to help actually discover preferences, ingest a bunch of contracts, understand what the legal team we're working with likes to do, and then actually help implement that in the software so that when they go through a workflow, their preferences are already set up. I think early days, but extraordinarily excited about this because, one, it can help expand the category. It can help expand the number of customers that we can successfully serve and like bring down our cost of service as we are a growth stage company, Series E+. We really want to like look at those unit economics, and I think this can really help with that.
Yeah, and I think like implementation and getting your customers live on products faster is a journey that a lot of SaaS companies struggle with. And if you can lessen the burden on yourselves and get the help of something that is learned off of many other customers and that customer itself, why not use it? So the next point we want to talk about is what we're calling automating basic manual work processes. So what does that mean? one of the things that AI has obviously done very well is around like transcription, note taking, and anything sort of around this language use. And so what AI has done a very good job of, and I think helped a lot of SaaS companies drive usage and engagement with their customers, is around this feature set. So anything from someone like MailChimp using AI to auto-generate email copy, Zoom doing summarization notes, Dropbox having a search feature. These are all things that you guys are probably using, but it like takes away that extra time that you would have spent, and it's just naturally part of the workflow. And so it's not really asking for something that's a big step for the user to really change, but it just makes your work a lot easier. And so that's where we're seeing it a lot, especially on the horizontal side. On the vertical SaaS side, we're seeing a whole set of new companies that are popping up around these sort of basic manual work processes, because if you're a vertical SaaS provider, so if you're providing software to vet clinics, for example, there's a lot of time spent like transcribing notes, taking inbound phone calls, summarizing the notes, and then data entry, and then like auto-filling out forms. Now you can do all of that and like not need to hire someone necessarily or hire 2 people, and you can just hire 1 to do that same work. And it's very seamlessly fit into the workflow, but we're seeing a lot of vertical SaaS companies grow quickly with that wedge.
So I love that this is in our working category, because to kind of like rewind for a little bit, we started Ironclad in 2014 as ironclad.ai. And the basic idea around this was companies have lots of contracts. They don't really know what's in them. What if we used AI to read the contract and build a database? That turns out that didn't actually work in 2014, and so we had to go a different direction and build all these like workflow tools. But this is actually working now, and it's kind of a special moment for me, because we take our customers' contracts, we run them through AI, and we extract the key data points and put them in a database. It's a great application. I think we're seeing it across industries, and it actually works now, 10 years later.
Yeah. No, and I think that part of the reason of saying why is it working, I think goes back to my point around like, usage and engagement and love of your product. I think we're seeing a lot of SaaS companies that have successfully just added this into their feature set, like just either sell more seats or find more daily usage of their product. So the next point is around staying on the main branch for core model capabilities.
Yeah. So there's kind of 2 approaches that we're seeing, at least in our space. One is you go to a foundational model provider, and again, like this is for the use case of building AI that understands legal language, legal concepts. You can take the base models, GPT, and fine-tune them and build additional infrastructure like RAG around them. Or what the foundational model companies seem to be selling is the ability to build a fully custom model. And this would be something like GPT stripping out the Reddit training data, adding in Delaware case law data, and having a model that understands Delaware case law better. I think what's interesting and what we found that maybe I didn't expect is staying on the main branch, staying on the core capabilities, and supplementing it with fine-tuning and additional techniques like RAG seems to be the approach that's winning right now. A good example of this is like GPT-3 hallucinated a lot of case law and was pretty scary, and you definitely didn't want to use the results from GPT. GPT 4.0 plus some fine-tuning plus some RAG on a Delaware case law data set, a lot better. And if you went off of the main branch and built a custom model, you sort of lost the benefits of that. So I think that this could be something we come back next year and say isn't working anymore. But right now, I think staying on that main branch has a lot of benefits because you're getting the rapid improvements to the foundational models like as they're delivered.
Yeah, and I think one thing that we're seeing is this tension behind like how much fine tuning do you want to do, how much investment in the model do you want to do as a SaaS company versus just focusing on like the core company building for as a SaaS company. And I think to Jason's point, where we are right now, there's still like you still have to go through all the challenges and opportunities of building a SaaS company around go-to-market, product, et cetera. And so sort of making your life easier and getting most of the benefits of AI by staying on the main branch is where we are right now. And so that's like what we're seeing resonating with more of our companies. So the next thing, what we called was like leaning into vertical data and creating proprietary comment, but I'll let Jason kick it off.
Yeah, so this is really about figuring out what the vertical concepts are and building AI to understand those concepts. So again, with our touch point in the legal industry, we want AI that understands legal concepts. And I think this is one of the areas I'm most excited about, the applications that we're seeing that were just totally not possible before. To give a kind of like practical real world example, I'm sure you all have negotiated a contract before or worked at a company that has a particular way that they like to negotiate contracts. And what happens is people basically get stuck. One company has their template that they like, the other company has their template that they like. How do you kind of morph those together? And redlining is kind of the legal equivalent of doing a diff, comparing two documents. What happens if you compare one company's template versus another company's template? It's just all red. It's all in conflict. But really what you're looking for is the concepts and how different the concepts are. So if AI understands the vertical concepts, the legal concepts, you can actually do a conceptual redline, which compares the positions in two documents that otherwise would be completely red. And this is groundbreaking. It helps attorneys negotiate contracts multiples faster. And I think is some of the really early applications of generating real business value. We're working with customers who are seeing tens of millions of dollars in attributable business value to speeding up attorney workflow, doing things in-house that they used to have to send out-house. And that's where we've put the effort, as opposed to trying to like build a custom model, is understand the legal concepts and feed those in.
Yeah, the legal, I spend a lot of time looking at sort of the intersection between professional services and AI. We've seen this a lot with legal, the legal field and legal precedent and ingesting data. Another area is accounting. I met an accounting AI company a couple weeks ago that had said they tested GPT-4o against their benchmarks, and it was like 20% accurate. They then tested Claude, and it was like 50 to 80%. And then a fine-tuned version of GPT 4.0, they were getting 90+% accuracy. And so I think to Jason's point, like getting that level of accuracy is also super important, right, in accounting. It's super important to the law. And so getting that context from the vertical data is what really distinguishes, like, okay, I'm just using like ChatGPT and able to ingest files or that I have and data internally versus getting that fine-tuned model.
Okay, so yeah, we wrote this one before. Have you all read the like founder mode post? Do we know what that is?
Good show of hands.
Okay, that's
yes.
less than I thought, actually. So most people have read the founder mode post. We wrote this before founder mode, and I do think that this is totally working in AI specifically. I actually don't agree with all of founder mode for what it's worth. I was at the YC event where that happened, and I loved the passion and intensity, and I think that the core is something I do agree with. But so we have this like enterprise product, 9 figures of revenue, growing great, good clip, a lot of the company oriented around that. But as a founder, I'm like, there's a standalone product here that is an AI paralegal, AI assistant, that's more of a general purpose, standalone application of the technology we've built into this enterprisey product. And I pulled like 5 of our best engineers, and we just got in a room and pretended like we were a different company. And people were definitely like, what is Jason doing? Like, we are like stretched thin on resources. Why is this like room cordoned off? And what are we working on? We had like a code name for the project.
War room for the new product.
Yeah. But once we were able to kind of like demo that and have customer interactions that were positive, and then like connect those to opportunities we had for our core product where this could be an accelerant, it really started picking up momentum. And so I think kind of like getting the ball rolling as a founder is something that that the founders in the room can uniquely do, and I would encourage you to. And read Founder Mode if you haven't. But this is kind of the concept we're talking about here.
Yeah, and I think just to highlight something that Jason just brought up, something that we're seeing a lot of our founders do is, especially if you're launching an AI product, a standalone product, or it's not just like the feature top-up saying like, summarization or autocomplete, but it's really a standalone product, you really do need that like founder level engagement and drive to push the product forward and really make it a center of the strategy, as opposed to it sort of being like the table stakes stuff that you have to have. Because every SaaS company today is an AI company, but like if you're really going to differentiate yourself in terms of your sort of AI native product, you do definitely need the like founder driven energy. So we're going to move on now to what's not working. The really important thing here is the yet, because I think both of us are strong optimists on AI, and I think as Jason mentioned, in a year, if we came up here, I think we may have different points of view, and hopefully a lot of these things will actually be solved as the foundation models get a lot better, and then I think also how the user interacts with AI will change. But we wanted to sort of give a state of how we're seeing things as they are today. So the first thing was going broad to narrow. What does this mean? What we are seeing is a lot of companies who are building AI-first SaaS applications start to narrow down either on a use case or a market versus being more horizontal. And I'll give you sort of two examples of that. One is we've seen a ton of workflow automation come up in the last year because it's a very tangible way to use LLMs to power SaaS. So that could be anything from like filling out forms, doc extraction, et cetera. All that is very powerful when powered by LLMs. We saw a number of these companies that all started on a very horizontal basis, and over time they've narrowed down, serving specific industries. Why? Because partly it's a go-to-market motion piece, but partly it's also getting into the integrations within that vertical, understanding the user and exactly how they interact with the product and what pieces of data are most useful. And so that's actually, I think, it's instead now we're seeing people go narrow first versus trying to have a really broad application. I think the other piece too, another application of sort of being narrow to begin with is, now with AI, right, teams can be building their own software. Why buy an outside software vendor? That said, I think, I talked to a finance team at a Fortune 500 company that you guys all probably know. They were originally going to use a very broad general use case AI product, and then they ended up realizing, actually, I need to just go with the narrow product that's set for finance because that's really the way to go.
Yeah. I mean, my take on this one is, if y'all have seen the Gartner chart on the hype cycle, where it's like the peak of lofty expectations and then the trough of disillusionment follows shortly thereafter, and then like a steady climb out into real-world application. I do think we are at the peak of inflated, lofty expectations in AI, and for good reason, there's a lot of excitement, but I think the trough is coming, and what we got to do to get out of the trough is find the repeatable value in AI, and I think there's a lot of work to do. We have 60% of our customers that have adopted AI. We're pretty far along in progress, but there's so much to do, and our best tool as an industry for finding that is focus. So I think this broad is going to be an issue, and the way out is focus.
Yeah, and I would say it's not dissimilar from past like internet cycles, right? Often things, people try the most broad version and then they realize, okay, we actually probably have to start narrow to actually get adoption and get it into people's hands, especially as it involves new behaviors. So the second thing is offering self-serve for the enterprise, and I think Jason has some specific anecdotes on this.
Yeah, I feel like my hot take on this one is PLG. Like, how much did we all hear about PLG the past few years? I think my big learning from this is not everything needs to be a PLG product. And if I could go give myself advice 3 years ago, it would be go figure out a way to sell more million ARR repeatable deals, and that's your path to efficiency, as opposed to try to tune the unit economics exactly correct on PLG. And I think this is playing out in AI products as well. The self-serve enterprise can be tough. Lean into the bigger deals.
Yeah, and I think just to marry that back to, we talked about onboarding, so how do you square the fact that there's AI used for onboarding and self-serve? There's onboarding help, which is like, replacing or sort of augmenting the implementation, versus self-serve. And I think you're still seeing enterprise-level products being sold versus like individual self-serve, PLG products. But the enterprise version is getting assisted by AI, so that's how you might square those 2 points. Okay, so then the next one is around fully automating roles and agents. This is what everyone wants, right? But we're not there where like end-to-end processes are automated again yet. And there's a tweet I think from Jan LeCun back in February that was saying, "Ask not what LLMs can do for planning, ask what planning can do for LLMs." And I really liked it, and I think it got a lot of likes, so I wasn't unique in saying this, but LLMs are not good at planning, right? They're good at predicting the next step. And so as part of that, like, you can't rely on LLMs to do the end-to-end processing yet. But what we are seeing as a flip side to that is, there are LLM-powered processes as part of people's roles. And I know Jason's seen some of that at Ironclad.
I mean, I think no matter what interactions you've had with the legal industry, would you rather have an AI lawyer, or would you rather have a trained lawyer who's assisted by the best AI paralegal in the world? I think everyone would actually, if the price was equal, choose the trained lawyer assisted by the best AI paralegal. And this combination of human and machine will beat the machine only. So I think related to that point, relying on the quality right now of a lot of AI-generated content for complex operations. Let me break down what that means. So I think related to the fact right now we're not there with like fully automated agents yet. Again, with AI, I think for complex operations you still need sort of a human in the loop, at least on the checking side. If not, again, the human driving the operation right now. And where does this apply? So maybe 12 months ago, you all remember having, AI-generated images where there would be a third arm in the human, or, a sixth finger, right? And, I spend a lot of time looking at AI and marketing tools. And so, like, no brand manager would approve an AI-generated image. Those the hallucinations around appendages, the quality of images have gotten a lot better. But, like, I think things around, law, accounting, things where determinative answers are required, and there's like a complex sequence of operations where, again, you can't afford to have the hallucinations, and you need a right answer, otherwise you're going to lose the trust of your buyer, among other things. So we're not there yet. Again, I check in a year. I'm sure there'll be many more use cases that aren't working now that will be then. But yeah. And I'd just like add on, the unconstrained machine is not there. Especially for knowledge work. You don't want 5% of your contract work to be wrong, especially if you don't know what 5% might be wrong. Huge cost to that. And having the right human checkpoints there is still the best way to do things. And getting ahead of those can be problematic.
So the last thing is around figuring out pricing and monetization. And this is something that's very much still an ongoing work in progress. I'd say right now there are generally like 3 modes where people are incorporating AI into pricing and monetization. One is it's part of the core product, and that's usually if you're trying to drive additional usage from your users or drive more seats. So Dropbox, it's like AI is part of the product. A second is like an upgrade. So if you're offering additional features, you have another plan that has more AI-generated content. Like MailChimp does this. A third is it's an add-on, totally add-on module. So like Notion, I think right now has a $10 a month per person add-on where you can get a lot of the AI-generated features for Notion, and that's really like suited for like a power user. And I put the fourth bucket of where we're still very much exploring, which is like you've changed the paradigm around pricing altogether, where you're paying for resolution or the solution to the problem versus just the service itself on an ongoing basis. So like Intercom has its chat its support agent that is called Finn. It's actually charging based on resolution. And our growth team, just to put in a plug, has written a great post on this that I'm borrowing a lot of this content from. You should check it out if you want more. But the thing that I'd highlight here is every company that's looking at AI pricing has not really figured out which of these four, or maybe something else, is working. And that's, as you guys all know, for pricing is often a journey that every company, every year or two is going back to the drawing board on. But it's still very much, which of these buckets is successful, how do you drive value, and how do you drive usage both from the AI?
Yeah, if any of y'all have figured this out, let me know. I think it's exciting that we get to work on this together, but the variety of approaches is amazing. We're trying them all. We're iterating. We're experimenting. And it's one of the things I'm excited about working in AI right now is there are big problems out there with no clear answer yet.
Yeah. Well, so that's just a little bit of what we've been seeing from, the many companies that we interact with, and from, Jason's experience at Ironclad. I think, things are changing, and so we're excited to also see what this will look like in a year, but those are just some of our observations in the field.
Yeah. Thanks for being here. It's great to be here at SaaStr. Have a great one, y'all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our show is about to begin. Please welcome to the stage Kyle Norton, CRO at Owner.com.
What's up, everybody? Thank you to the band. Nice to meet y'all. My name is Kyle Norton. I'm the CRO at Owner.com. And today we're going to talk about operating a revenue team with excellence. And so just before I dive in, I'd love it if we could all give a big hand to the folks at SaaStr, organizers, volunteers, staff. This has been an awesome couple days. You shut up. All right. So we're going to talk about operating today. A little bit about Owner. We are a vertical SaaS software company. You can think of us like HubSpot plus Shopify for mom and pop restaurants. So the little pizza place that you order from on Friday nights, and we do everything that they need to succeed online. I've been in sales leadership, sales and revenue leadership for about 15 years, the last 10 in software. This is my second head of sales, head of revenue gig at Owner. And previous to this, I ran a $250 million business unit at Shopify across sales, post-sales, partnerships, a whole bunch of stuff. So that's where I'm coming from. Over the next 40 minutes, I'm going to give you my operating system. This is how I operate my teams day to day, week to week. And the intention is that you can build more predictability in how you grow revenue, which we all want a lot. So in terms of an agenda, we're going to talk about defining what an operating system is. What is a revenue operating system? We'll talk about why you need one, in my opinion. We'll get into some key principles of how you can build this for your organization, and then I'm going to break it down, the core components of this revenue operating system, some tools and things you can start to implement right away in your business, and some keys to making it all work. Like, where do I get started? So the first big question, like, what the heck is a revenue operating system? It's just sort of a term I made up to conceptualize this system. And this group knows well what a computer operating system is. It's the interface between a user, you, and the software and hardware in your computer to make it do the stuff you want it to do. And much like that, a revenue operating system is the interface between me as the user, the revenue leader, or you as the founder, and the resources and people around you to get those resources to do what you want it to do, which is grow revenue predictably in a cost-effective manner over time. And so this is the system by which you can engage with your organization. So you can think of it, and an analogy I'll come back to, this is like your Iron Man suit. These are the tools that you put around you to give you superpowers, to turn you from a normal, mere human into a revenue-generating machine. And the components that I'm going to talk about today, there's 4 big ones: measuring, managing, planning, and communicating. These are the 4 main pillars of your revenue operating system. And when this is done right, it's going to accelerate your ability to grow very rapidly. And we'll talk about how these things are structured and interrelated, so keep these 4 pillars in mind as we go through it. So just a quick bit of framing first. Like, where does this fit into my company building stack? So if you think about what are we trying to do as leaders, both founders, executives, and revenue leaders, you're trying to translate your company mission into something tangible. And so this is how I think about company building. So you have your mission, you have your company values, you translate those into a company vision and specific team visions that you can act upon. That becomes more tactical with a specific strategy by department, the principles by which you operate, and then your organizational design. This is who is in what seats, what is the shape of your org, what resources do you need? And then finally, this is where your operating system, how do you get those resources to do the things that you want it to do in a predictable manner? And then finally, under your operating system, you're going to build the tools and playbooks and guides and training that your team needs. And so this is the layer of the stack that I'm going to spend time on today, this operating system, which is arguably one of the most critical things you need to be able to win in your market. So why do we need this thing? Because I know what a lot of you guys are thinking. Doesn't sound very exciting. This sounds pretty bland. Kyle, you sound like the business school douchebag that Paul Graham told me to be wary of, and this doesn't sound like founder mode. Au contraire. This revenue operating system is designed to help you turn the complete chaos, which building a startup is, into something that is much more orderly. And so it's useful to frame, like, what does it feel like when we don't have a system to do these things? When we've hired a bunch of reps and we're scaling and there's some productive things happening, but you don't have a very good system in place. I call it being in the vortex. Things are just happening around you. You're constantly getting surprised by things. It feels like a new fire crops up every single day, every single week, because there's no control happening around you. You don't have a way to systematically move your organization forward, and we say that's being in the vortex. You're just being spun around in circles, and I'm sure everybody in this room has been there at one point in their career. And this revenue operating system is meant to bring some order to that chaos. We'll never get rid of that chaos. That's, I think, why we do what we do, but this is about bringing some order. And one of the key components here is about being able to see things before it's too late. And to give you a couple tangible examples, this is about seeing win rates slipping in a team or a segment or a channel, and not seeing that fast enough, and all of a sudden 6 weeks has gone by and your inbound win rates have slipped 9% and you're about to miss your number. Well, you didn't have a system or a rhythm in place to catch that in time. Or you don't have enough headcount in place to hit your next quarter, and you go, oh, my growth model tells me I need 12 ramped reps, I have 6, and I can't hire and ramp and get people to productivity in time to meet the model. You're in the vortex. That's you being in the vortex. And so this system is designed to help you control some of that. So let's talk about some key principles. These are important framing concepts as you build the components: measuring, managing, planning, communicating. So it's about using the minimum effective dosage, about measuring the stuff you want to manage, and matching the system to the state of your business, the maturity, the market, all of that. So let's get into the key principle number 1. So minimum effective dosage. This is one of the most critical things because it's really, really easy to over-engineer this stuff. You're going to hear my talk, I'm going to give you all my templates and assets, and it's going to be really exciting, and you're going to cram a bunch of it into your org, and it's not going to help, and it's going to make a bunch of work. It's really easy to over-engineer this stuff and then end up spending more time talking about the business than actually building the business. This is what we want to avoid. Because every single rhythm that you introduce, every update, every team meeting, every project connect, has a cost. It has a time cost, and more importantly, it has a cognitive load cost. It's difficult to balance all of these things while we're also trying to build a business. So use the least number of things I give you today to move the business forward in a tangible manner. Minimum effective dosage. And also build things that are legitimately helpful for your team. Because one of the things you're gonna take away from this is these tools are really helpful for me as a leader. That's exciting, that's great, I understand the business, but we also need to make sure that the tools we're building are not an encumbrance on our teams, our individual contributors, our managers. And so we want to try to build and design these rhythms in a way that is also helpful for the individual contributor and helpful for the people on the ground, not just helpful for us. So minimum effective dosage. The next key principle here is we need to measure what we actually want managed. We want to measure the things that we're trying to move. And so we want to know the output metrics. What is the top line revenue growth? What's the close won number? That's important, but you can't manage that. I can't manage day-to-day deals closing. I can only manage the inputs of my team, and that's where I want to spend time. So what do I need to know today that is going to tell me I'm going to have a problem tomorrow? And what are the specific behaviors that I need to shape in order to translate my strategy and plans into real outcomes? So focus your measurement on behaviors, inputs, as well as your output metrics, and then offer that visibility to your team. And I'm going to talk about the difference between dashboards and scoreboards, so we'll come back to that. The last thing here is don't measure way too many things. We want to measure the stuff that's most critical to manage, most critical to move. So measure those things and just be diligent. Again, every rhythm has a cost. So be diligent about what we're trying to measure and manage to because, again, cognitive load. People can only remember and do so much with so many things. All right, our third key principle here. Match the state of the operating system to the state of your business. We're SMB. We have a 4-day sales cycle, highly transactional. We sell to mom and pops. what I've designed for our business may not match if you're trying to sell to the biggest companies in the world and you've got a 12 to 18-month sales cycle. We are a Series B business. My team's about 100 people. That may be way smaller than your team or way bigger than your team. And so you're going to have to adapt what you hear today. And I'm going to talk about what we built first and try to give you some starting points. But take what I share and make it work for the maturity and stage of your business. There's no silver bullet here. The other thing that's important to understand here is not only will your system evolve, but how you are involved with that system will change over time. As the founder, as the revenue leader, as the founder, you're sales rep number one, your sales manager number one, your VP of sales number one, and then eventually you hire somebody for that, and then the VP of sales is now filling in as the manager. And so the rhythms that they operate by will be very frontline facing rhythms, and then eventually as you grow your team and you have more second line leadership in place, you can get involved in different levels of abstraction of those rhythms. So the system will change and how you engage in that system will change over time. So these are the 3 key build principles: minimum effective dosage, matching the state of your business, and measuring what you want managed. These are your important swing thoughts. Okay, let's get into what the heck this thing actually is. So the core components: measuring, managing, planning, communicating. So the first pillar here is your measurement rhythm. And so we'll go back to our Iron Man analogy. This is your heads-up display. This is how you understand what's happening in your business at any given time at the snap of your fingers. This should be quite easy. You shouldn't need BizOps or data to request to understand what's happening. This is the set of rules and rhythms and tools that you put around you to understand what's happening. And so it's the tools and it's the cadence. When am I reviewing this information and what am I doing with it? And this is how I know what next I need to go manage, what I need to shape in terms of the business. And so here are some critical tools. These are the basics that you can go get started with. So number 1 is control towers. So there's a laddering of control towers. The top one is your executive control tower. Revenue growth, runway, all of your CS metrics. These are the highest level metrics that you need to understand as leaders in your business. And then you've got functional dashboards, functional control towers for your sales function, for your launch function, for CS, and then manager dashboards so each manager can understand their specific part of that puzzle. The other side of that coin of dashboards is scoreboards. So this is what faces the rep. And what faces the rep is telling them, are they doing well or are they not doing well? Why or why aren't they? Are they on track to get to the outcomes that they want and then the business needs? And so just as much as we have control towers for us as leaders to understand the business, we need to equip our individual contributors, our frontline teams, with a similar level of understanding, but framed a little bit differently. Stack ranks and pacing, all that stuff's in here. The next important measurement tool is a rhythm to review these metrics and do something about it. So we run a monthly business review. You can run a quarterly version of it. Depends on the scale and segmentation. But your monthly business review is a place to stop and take stock, where everybody stops what they're doing, and for one day you spend half a day or some set of hours in inspecting all these metrics, soup to nuts. And again, I'll give you my templates that I use for our MBR. You can use that or something else. You can start small, but you need a rhythm. So you've got the tools, and now you need some sort of cadence to ensure that you're all sitting down and reviewing those things and adapting what's next, which is your plans, your planning pillar. And the last really important measurement tool is target setting. Like, unless you have half-decent targets, you don't really know where you're going. You don't know if you're on track to meet your growth objectives unless you have a relatively rigorous target setting process. It doesn't have to be perfect at the beginning, but you need a process by which you're scaling up your quotas, you're rolling it up, you understand if you've got the pipeline to hit, so that it tells you if you are on or are off track. So these are the 4 critical tools that you can go build. And again, at the beginning, keep it simple. All right. The next pillar here, now that we can measure and understand the business, now we can manage it. And I say this is like Tony Stark's arc reactor. This is his power source. Your ability to manage is your ability to make things happen on the day-to-day basis. So this is the heartbeat and the energy of your entire team. And so it's the rhythms and tools you use to manage day to day. And we'll talk about some specifics here. It could be written updates, it could be team meetings, and this is how you translate plans into action. So I write a plan at the beginning of the month, and then I check in on some sort of a cadence to make sure that those things are happening, and having tools there is really critical. So some of the tools. We're remote, and so we're quite asynchronous in our communication style. I believe even for an in-person experience, people should be a lot more asynchronous in their communication than they are. I believe heavily in being able to write and document to drive rigor in your organization. And so some of these are written rhythms, and some of these are actual meetings. And so the big one, which I'll get into in the next slide, is our weekly Maple. This is the written update that everybody that manages people or has some strategic scope writes on a weekly basis to explain to the person up and beside them what's happening in their business. What were their key metrics? What did they advance that week? What are you planning to do the next week? Your learnings and any emergencies that needed to be flagged. And I'll show you the template on the next slide. Then we need a coaching rhythm separate from one-on-ones with some structure. I could do a whole other 40-minute talk on that, but there needs to be some sort of a coaching rhythm that you establish so that your managers are doing that with your team. And then finally, you need a meeting rhythm. So we can't be completely written, so where do I use that very valuable synchronous time together? This is your one-on-one and team meetings. And we err to the side of much fewer meetings than most organizations, and I'll talk about why. So this is our weekly Maple template, and I'm going to share all of these assets with you guys after, so you can use this right away in your business. But this is a screenshot from our Notion, and you'll notice that I explain exactly what we do on a weekly basis and why we do it. Then I explain the structure. That's the guide on the left-hand side of the screen. And then on the right-hand side of the screen, that's the actual document template. So every week, every leader, you click Add New Notes, and then you're going to fill in your section. So the metrics that you're accountable for could be the forecast, it could be the run rate, whatever metrics that individual needs to own. What did they work on that week, and what did they move forward? Again, because part of it is me being able to manage that and make sure it's happening. Part of it is for that information to flow broadly across the organization, and that's why we do it in writing. That's why we do it we don't do it in one-on-ones or in team meetings, because then it's not captured. It's hard to disseminate. This will make information flow more smoothly in the organization. And emergencies, it's not really emergencies. It's just like important stuff that you want to make sure is flagged, but Maple needed an E, so emergencies it is. That's that Maple structure. So out of the Maple structure, we can now get into our one-on-one and team meeting structure. So as a leader, I review that Maple Sunday nights at 8. That's when I expect it to be due from my teams. And now based on what I see in Maple, we can populate we'll start with one-on-ones. We can populate our one-on-one agenda. And so I keep my direct reports' top 3 priorities at the top of this meeting docket. So it's in front of us every single time we meet. We're looking at the top things we're working on, and we can discuss them if need be. And then the next section there is the notes that we take on a weekly basis. So I start every one-on-one meeting asking people, scale of 1 to 10, how you doing? Why? And it seems sort of superficial, but it's a great way to start a meeting. You learn a lot. I borrowed this from an awesome operator who I worked with named Lynette Pistorius, and I experimented with it, and I love it. So that's how I kick off my one-on-one meetings. Then I populate, and the rep populates, or my direct populates, their discussion topics. Like, what did I see in their Maple that I want to talk about? What do they need to talk to me about? And again, we use this synchronous time for discussion, problem-solving, brainstorming. We don't use synchronous time for updates. Don't show up and tell me what's happening. I will already know what's happening because you will have written it and I will have read it. But what do we need to problem solve together? Because that's expensive time, especially in team meetings. And then action items from the week before and moving forward. So then in team meetings, similar structure. What are our top priorities? So I like to have, we call them Kyle's metrics, what are the 5 most important things that we're trying to move in our business today? So it's SDR to opportunity conversion rates, or it's the lead quality score. Like, what are the things that you're trying to actively move? And I want to see those every single week and get an update. I also want to understand what's happening with critical projects. A lot of this can be copy-paste from a Maple update, but this is the things that we're pushing to our SLT that are most critical for people to have visual of. People can put FYIs that we don't talk about, that again, you want to make sure doesn't get missed in a Maple update, because not everybody's going to read every single line, so you're pushing the most important things. And then again, discussion topics. What do we need to spend our synchronous time problem solving? And then action items. So you can use these two templates, and you drive now that predictability of everybody knowing how the organization is going to run. All right, so that's my management rhythm, how I manage my team and them getting their jobs done. Next is our planning rhythm. And so we can have concepts of a plan in our head and ideas of where things are going to go, but until you write that down, you're just juggling things. And this is, I think, where people often go wrong, is just a lack of documentation. Unless you can write well, this is an Oscar Wilde quote, unless you can write well, you can't really think well. And so this planning process is you getting ideas out of your head, putting it on page, and so for that page to now serve as your co-pilot. It serves as the co-pilot to guide others, for you to have as a reminder. So that's why we call it Jarvis in Ironman terms. And so it's how I pause, evaluate the business, take stock, and figure out what I need to do for the next period. So for us, it's monthly. Sometimes it can be quarterly with a monthly check-in, depending on, again, business maturity. But this is my planning rhythm. And so the critical tools here, it has to start with a growth plan. This is your spreadsheet. This is the spreadsheet of how you're going to go from X dollars in ARR to Y dollars in ARR in the next 6, 12 months, and how things ladder up, and your key inputs. Like, what are the things that need to be true month over month to get you to your number? Could be rep growth, lead growth, new channel activation, the throughput of your onboarding team. But you got to have a spreadsheet that tells you, gives you a map from A to B so that you can start to track to it. And then that is connected to your target setting rhythm that I talked about previously. Next, we have to have a planning cadence, and I'll show you mine next. Again, it's a tool and it's a rhythm. And then a project cadence. How do we pick the right projects that we want to work on? How do we check in on them? How do we make sure that those things are moving? This can go into overload really easily. So minimum effective dosage here is my reminder. But it's the lightest weight version that you can make sure that things are moving in your organization. And then finally, you need a prioritization framework. What projects are you working on? How do we make these decisions? AnyDuke has a great version of this. You know, what are your potentials? What are the things you're choosing from? What are the payoffs from those particular potentials? What's the effort, the perspiration needed to do those? And what's the probability of those options working out? That's the framework we use. You can use your own, but having some way for these decisions to get made is important, and then writing it down and just living by it. Again, it's all about speed. This whole revenue operating system should make your organization move faster and more efficiently. So one of the key tools under planning is this, we do it monthly. I write a monthly game plan, which now the functional leaders largely write. And so this is where I take stock of everything that happened in the previous month. So what were the outcomes? How did we do? I'll give shout outs to the reps, because this is a document that everybody in the organization gets access to. What were the strategic priorities that we said were critical for us to accomplish in this period? Did we accomplish that? We'll grade ourselves. A, B, C, D, F, how did we do and why? And then I talk about what's happening in the next month. What are the key things that we need to do as a business in the next period to move forward? And then important FYIs. And if you can get into a solid rhythm here, your team will understand where you're going and why, and things will move faster. This is a great rhythm, and it's most helpful for me or the person writing it, the leader writing it, to just get things on a piece of paper and to go, okay, I can do that. I have the resources. It's manageable. Let's go attack that plan. So that's my planning rhythm. So last is communicating. So I call it your Ironman thrusters, because unless you can communicate properly and drive behavior change, you're not going to go anywhere. So this is what gives you velocity. And there's two components. There's communicating and educating on context, and then there's deploying change. How do we make change in our business? And there's a few key components. Having a knowledge hub is a great start. The knowledge hub is your Notion or your wiki where like as much information as possible can live, where somebody can find all of the things that they need to understand. So my monthly reviews are there, our rules of engagement are there, but some central place where information can live. And that seems obvious, but what you see oftentimes is information is split across Notion and Google Drive and Slack and in emails, and that ends up being very, very slow. So a central knowledge hub where you can put everything. Standards and templates for how you share information. And then some specific templates which I'll show you next. So again, there's educating on context, and then there's deploying change. So on educating on context, there's 3 principles here. Clarity, context, consistency. So I default to transparency. I want to tell my team, my leaders, my individual contributors as much as possible about the business so that they can be high context individuals, to make good decisions when things are ambiguous, to feel like they are connected to the mission, connected to the vision. They know what's going on. People hate feeling out of control. It causes so much stress when people don't feel like they know where they're going. And so communicating as much context as possible is really critical. Starting with why is really important there. And I try to treat my team like adults. Like, I'm not going to sugarcoat things. If things are not good, I'm going to tell them they're not good and why. And so sharing that context consistently is really critical, and the why behind it so that they can move forward. Consistency is the next thing. There's a saying in rock climbing, you always want 3 points of contact. You want 3 things attached to the wall at any given time. There's a good communication principle here. I want to try to communicate things in 3 different ways and be consistent with it. People aren't going to remember things the first time. So if you want to educate people and make your team high context contributors, consistency is important here. And then the components. A consistent template and a cadence by which you're sharing this information. You got to have like an all hands or some all team meeting where you can talk. AMAs are a great tool. They're super easy. Again, it's all about context. And again, this my monthly plan, I write it in a format that I can just share with everybody. So this serves as my planning cadence and part of my communication and education cadence. Again, just default to open. It's a much easier way to operate. Okay, let's talk about deploying change. So your ability to win as a leader is your ability to change the behavior of your teams. Startups win or lose on speed. Can you change and adapt and iterate faster than your competitors and keep ahead of the market? And the key to being able to move fast to change behavior is being able to deploy change really, really well. And if you want to deploy change really well, you have to have some sort of a defined process and some consistency and predictability. And this is something that we didn't really spend a ton of time on until the last few months. We were not good at this as an organization in my team. And so we've spent a bunch of time refactoring how we do this, and now things are way less noisy, moving way faster. People are picking up new things at a much more rapid pace. And so I'll talk a little bit about our framework. So this is on the more robust side. Again, my team's like 100. The company is about 200 people. And so this would be a more mature version. So we have a stoplight framework for change. A green change, something simple. It's a product update. It's something that you want people to know about, but doesn't need to be overly heavy-handed in terms of how you're rolling it out. That could just be a Slack update and captured somewhere in Notion. Again, easy peasy. On the other side, a red light change is something that's going to affect people pretty deeply. They need to make a big behavior change, and it's significant to the individual. And that could be something like changing a comp plan. You want to overhaul a comp plan? Red light change. So you need more than 3 points of contact in this scenario. And so that would be written, like a thorough written update, a video explanation. It could be a training in your learning management system that people need to complete. You want to be updating people in team meetings and in one-on-one scenarios. We're really trying to lean into this change and make it very, very robust. And so you need to have a framework for deploying these different magnitudes of change. Do not do a red light change with a Slack update. Chaos. Chaos will emerge. So this is one of the assets that you can use for deploying change. This is like a yellow and red type of change. And so it's a change log. So we explain why we're making the change we're making. Again, context, why, that's how you get people bought in. What's changing, what do they need to know? The specific impact for the individual, like what do I need them to go do? And then some operational considerations, like what are the details that they need to be aware of? And again, for red light changes, this will be a video, then it'll be a training and work ramp that they have to deploy and get certified on. But even just having this change log that you fill out when you make like a yellow or red change, that could be a good starting point for you. Okay, so we talked about measuring, managing, planning, communicating, our 4 core components. So like where do we go from now? Like how do I get started? So here's some keys to victory. So 1, build it up over time. Go slow. Start with the basics. Build standards. Document absolutely everything as much as you can, even though it's boring and time consuming. And then and only then use technology to automate it. So number 1. Tony Stark did not have this fancy suit on the right when he got started. He had this crappy one on the left. So you don't need to go with a massively robust program, revenue operating system out of the gate. You can start just with some basics. Just let the organization metabolize those changes because people can only adapt to so much change. So we're going to want to go slowly with this and build it up over time. It's not a sprint. You can get here over the course of years, arguably. Next is we're going to go slow, but we want to start with the right things. So what do we want to start with? In my opinion, you got to start with your management rhythm. You can't really plan, you can't really manage unless you understand the metrics of the business. So start with the basics there. And it could be a really simple dashboard with 6 components. Whatever reports you find yourself opening the most, or the thing that is always open in a tab, just put that as a component in your dashboard, in your Salesforce dashboard or whatever tool you use. And you can just throw a couple things in. You got your 6 most popular reports, and that's your dashboard to start. Great, good starting point. And then as a new report you find yourself opening on a frequent basis is a really valuable one, pop it into that dashboard. But start with your measurement rhythm and get your basics there and establish the rhythm by which you're checking in on these things. Next is your growth model. You have to translate, we want to double in revenue this year. Okay, well, show me the math of how to get there. Unless you have that math, it's going to be really hard to pilot your organization there. And it's not, the key mistake people tend to make here is they assume that it's the number of reps times the quota I give them is the revenue that they produce. That's not really how revenue works. It's the pipeline that you generate, the ability for you to convert that pipeline into revenue, and then the number of reps is a function of that equation. But it's not linear. Revenue comes out of generating pipeline, driving good conversion rates, and then revenue comes. And part of the conversion rate is the right number of reps, the right people. So just be careful of that when you're building your growth model. And this is now my map. This is my plan. And then I think you should establish team rituals, just because it's really easy and it will get your organization moving faster. So get people doing a written update every week. You could use Maple or something else. You could strip it down. But get information flowing more broadly across the organization. Have that delivered to you on a weekly basis. And then bring some structure to your one-on-ones. So many people run one-on-ones as like, okay, this is your time. I'm here to be a resource to you. I think that's sort of a delinquent version of running one-on-ones. I prefer to give people a structure to use. And if you can bring some structure, those meetings will be more productive. They're valuable. 30 minutes, 2 people. It could be an hour with 6 people. Those are really important uses of time, so we want to structure them and make sure that they're really productive. So these are the basics that I would start with. Next is standardization. My whole presentation is about standardizing things across the board, so I won't belabor this. But this is going to reduce the cognitive load. And when I talk about standardization, I want to use the same concepts and frameworks across as much of the organization as possible. And so the Maple update that my team writes to me could be the same update that they write on a key project. So if there's a critical project and you need an update every week or every 2 weeks, just use Maple. Again, it reduces the cognitive load. It's a familiar thing that they know how to use. And I encourage people to book dedicated time to build some of this stuff every week. Just put 60 minutes in your calendar. This is the time that you're going to use to work on your system, and that you're going to spend 60 minutes. You're only going to save a bit of time the next week, but now you're saving 30 minutes every week into perpetuity. That's a good investment. And then finally, try to get people to all use the same tools. And the common mistake here I see is your sales team works out of Salesforce. That's where they're putting all their information. Their forecast is there. And then an executive says, OK, can you take that forecast and like put it in a Notion update every week? Resist that urge. Where your team operates and where that information lives, encourage those people to live in the same tools so that you're not fracturing the way information flows. So agree to a common set of tools. If you're in Notion, ask another team not to be using Trello for the same information or Google Drive. Like try to get people to agree on common sets of things across not just revenue, but the entire organization. Document it all. Just spend time every week writing things down. Give people what good looks like so that they can do this well. It sounds really boring, but it's really, really powerful. And it will accelerate the organization. Lastly, so once you have established some of these rhythms, they're in place, you're feeling good about them, people understand how they're working, then you can automate it. Don't jump to automation at the beginning, because you'll automate a bunch of stuff that like doesn't work, and then you've wasted all that time on the automation. Get your rhythms in place in a really good spot, and then find opportunities to automate. And so there's a bunch of tools to use here. We use a tool called Momentum. The founders are here in the audience, to push information to me as a revenue leader that I want to see. So when something happens in Salesforce, a case has been in back to sales for over a certain number of days, I want the leader to be alerted of that so that they can take some action. That would be an example of a measurement rhythm that then we automate and push to the leader in Slack, where they're going to be alerted so that they can go take some action. And so you can automate a whole ton of stuff. Reports push to you on a certain timeline so that you have that information. Get your rhythms in place, but then definitely try to automate it and streamline. Then you'll really feel like Tony Stark. OK, our keys to victory. Build it up over time. Start with the basics and don't over-engineer it. Standardize the formats and agree on common tools as much as you can. Get good at documentation. Spend the time dedicated to writing. And then and only then use technology to automate. All right, our key takeaways. Final reminder on what we covered today. Your revenue operating system is here to bring order to chaos, to keep you out of the vortex, to make things predictable and to push your organization faster. We want to apply the minimum effective dosage, just do the smallest amount to get you the outcome you want. And there's 4 pieces to this flywheel. We want to measure, we want to manage, we want to plan, and we want to communicate. Start with the basics, measurement rhythm, growth model, and your team rhythms. And finally, just know, like, this is hard. It's not easy. These things take time to build up. You're asking people to do new things. It is real work. Go into deploying any of this stuff knowing that there is going to be some challenge, but it is critical, especially as you grow, especially if you want to get into that hyper growth, 2x year over year, above 10 million, when there's a lot of things happening at any given time. Having a system for this is difficult, but mission critical. So I mentioned it. I am going to publish all of the templates you saw here today on my Substack. It's the revenueleadershippodcast.substack.com. And you'll be able to download them all, borrow them for your team, make your own versions of them. If you build a new thing, like send it to me. I'd love to see it. And you might be thinking, I've never heard of the Revenue Leadership Podcast, because nobody has. I'm announcing it here. So I'm partnering with the fine folks at Pavilion. This is a podcast where I interview revenue leaders and operators every week on one topic, and we go deep. It's not state of the market or political chat. We're not going to zip through 12 different topics at a superficial level. We're going to go really deep on like core operating principles and try to get the best practices out of some of the best in the world here. Episode number 1 is Jason Lemkin himself. And the topic there is something that I hadn't heard spoken about anywhere else in podcast land, and I listen to a lot of them, which is what revenue leaders need to know about managing a board. What does a head of revenue need to know about board dynamics? We spent over an hour just talking about that one issue. So that's an example of like sort of the depth we're going to go into. So if you subscribe to the Substack, you'll get alerted when this goes live, or follow me on LinkedIn, you'll get all the updates. Hopefully you like it. That's it for me. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate the time.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our show is about to begin. Please welcome to the stage Tomasz Tungus, General Partner at Theory Ventures.
Love Hotel California. Thank you very much. Pleasure to be with you all today. Thank you very much for coming. It's been about 17 years since I started as a venture capitalist, and in that time, I've been fortunate to work in the world of software. There's been a tremendous transformation. When Mark Benioff started Salesforce, he codified the sales playbook, and he talks about it in his book, where there are 115 plays that he run. Mark Roberge, who was the CRO at HubSpot, he then wrote the next book, The Sales Acceleration Formula, which shared deep insights into the quota structures and the evolution of that organization as it went through a high churn model to a low churn model. And in the subsequent 10 years since then, we in the software world have instrumented and optimized and measured every little bit about the way that we sell software. But today, it's all different. And it's all different because the kinds of software that we sell isn't the same. It's not predictable. With Salesforce, if I update a lead from a prospect to a closed lost, it will work the same way every time. But if I use ChatGPT or OpenAI or a call recording software to determine what's going on with a lead or customer prospect, state-of-the-art says it'll work somewhere between 80 to 85% of the time. That has radical implications for the way that people buy software. To give you a sense of this, at Theory, we host events with different software buyers. 6 months ago, we were asking them, what is the number one limitation what is the number one prohibition, the thing that inhibits you from buying AI? 6 months ago, the answer was security. Today, it's ROI. People are struggling to find exactly the value that AI systems are building. This change is happening within a macroeconomic backdrop of significant inflation. So, as we were looking at this inflation, I wrote a blog post about 2 years ago where I said I would expect software companies' quotas to increase at the rate of inflation. If inflation is going up 4% per year, if the cost of bread is increasing, shouldn't sales quotas, shouldn't sales software. What we've seen in the last 6 or 7 months, most notably with Klarna now cutting Salesforce and other major software products as a way of reducing costs, is in fact the opposite. There's been a real compression in the use of overall software, AI notwithstanding. As part of that, AI has ushered in a new era of building, or at least thinking about how to build software companies. I was chatting with the CEO of a publicly traded, former CEO of a publicly traded CRM company, and I asked him, what do you think happens to sales development rep counts over the next 12 to 24 months? And he said, I think 2/3 of them are out of a job. The entire fundamental unit, the AE plus SDR plus CSM, Does that model change? These are big and important questions that we don't really yet have the answers to. We're in the midst of this transition. We hosted an event two days ago with the CRO of Hebia, which is a unicorn AI business, and he was previously at Scale.ai, which is another AI unicorn. And we had 3 founders on stage. We asked them, how are you learning to sell in this new ecosystem? And there were lots of different answers. Some companies were sales-led, some were product-led. Some companies were selling value, some companies were selling seats, some had matrix hybrid business models. And the answer is, we're figuring it out. The playbook that we've built over the last 20 years basically no longer applies. And we need to re-instrument and redetermine what this new world looks like. So to track that progress, what we do every year, at Theory, we run a go-to-market survey where we survey several hundred startups and large companies, publicly traded, and we ask them about the health of their underlying business. So here, I will share with you the 10 observations from that data. So we'll go through the demographics here pretty quickly. It's about 68% early-stage companies. Notably, 25% of the companies that replied are remote. This is a massive departure from the pre-COVID era. Most of the respondents actually have more than 36 months of runway. If we think about one of the previous surveys we ran was about capital efficiency. During the 2020 era, most companies were burning $5 for every new dollar of bookings. During COVID, when the capital markets retrenched and the Fed raised rates 550 basis points, companies went from burning $5 for every marginal dollar of ARR to burning $3. Now we're seeing that this incredible move to efficiency in an even bigger way. I talked to you a little bit about pricing models. So the seat-based pricing model had been completely dominant for maybe the first 15 to 20 years of software. In the infrastructure layer, usage-based pricing started to take off, and it was dominated. I mean, look at Snowflake's net dollar retention at the time of IPO, 177, 175, 171%. Customer accounts were basically doubling each year. That, in addition to the pressure of the CFO on the seat-based model, how much software are we actually using, has pushed, even at the software layer, companies to look at usage-based pricing. And today, it's actually the dominant across the respondent set. And we'll look at the net dollar retention across these pricing models, because there's actually a statistically significant difference in the underlying performance of these businesses as a function of their pricing model, irrespective of the layer in the stack. In terms of who they sell to every buyer imaginable, so pretty good representation. And it's predominantly a mid-market group, so 37% around 10 to 50K. So let's dig into the data. Let's look, what are the 10 observations from 2024? The first question we ask is your outlook. The average founder's outlook on 2024 is 6.7. That's up from 6.1 at the height in 2022. So founders are really excited, right? There's been a statistically significant increase in the overall positivity of founders within the ecosystem. The biggest challenge to that outlook, the thing that damps the outlook the most, is an increase in sales cycle. So why did sales cycles increase during COVID? Well, first, we transitioned from a physical selling universe to a virtual selling universe. That elongated sales cycles. When you have elongated sales cycles, it creates pipeline supply shocks. What does that mean? If my sales cycle doubles, my bookings less than half. And so all of a sudden, I have a massive lack in predictability. I don't know how to spend my money. My account executives are not making money. They're not making commission. My business is destabilized. So if your sales cycle lengthens, it's a big impact on cash. I was working with one company. We had a doubling in sales cycle. We tripled burn for that quarter as a result of a 50 or a 60% increase in sales cycle. So no surprise that sales cycle should ultimately be the biggest driver of optimism or negativity within the ecosystem. And there's a 20% correlate to funding valuation change. So this is remarkable, because when we started Theory, I modeled our fund, and I modeled Series A's at about 10.5 million entry ticket size. The idea was that at the time, average Series A tickets to lead a round was about $10, $11, $12 million. And as I mentioned before, the Fed had to raise rates 550 basis points. Now, in every other part of the capital markets, if the Fed raises rates, capital becomes expensive, companies raise less, there's less money to go around, but not in startups. In fact, valuations, Series A ticket sizes have increased 42% in the last 2 years. So there's been massive inflation. And this was a surprise to me. I thought founders, especially the feedback from venture capitalists, would have been, this is a much harder capital markets environment. US venture funding has gone from 8 to 300 over 15 years. It's now falling to about 150 because 81% of the dollars invested in venture capital at the height of the boom came from non-traditional venture capital firms who are all very likely to leave. Hedge funds, crossovers, corporate venture capital. But what we see within the founder universe is actually people are pretty positive on the fundraising ecosystem. And even as the public market multiples have collapsed, you've seen Snowflake go from about 25 to trading at 8 times forward multiple in the last 18 months. Private markets have been resolute and resolved to keep their positivity. We talked a little bit about sales cycles. So half of all respondents, irrespective of the segment of the market that they sell to, see an increase in sales cycle. It's most notable within the mid-market. This is actually something that came up within that AI dinner that I mentioned to you a little bit before. We see most AI, agentic software companies, people who are selling software that replaces labor, they either sell at the bottom, PLG, bottoms up, or they sell at the very top. Mid-market is much harder. Why is this? Well, our rationale is that the office of the CFO is now tightening the purse strings, eliminating discretionary budget at the mid-manager level, and so CEOs, C-levels, CISOs, CTOs, VPs of engineering who come in and say, I really want to buy this enterprise software product, are able to bypass procurement. They're able to say, we need this. This is the reason why. I know what the process is, but we're going to go around it. At the bottom of the market, an individual user still can sign up for a product with a credit card, $9 a month, $15 a month, $20 a month. Both of those parts of the market remain relatively healthy. The mid-market is where it's challenged. If you imagine you have 40% over-provisioning of seats. There's a friend of mine who was part of a cost-cutting exercise at a major publicly traded company. They had signed up a 3-year, $100 million infrastructure deal with less than 3% utilization. Where did that come from? It likely came from a mid-manager. And so as a result, the lengthened sales cycles within the mid-market, that's where things are the most challenged, and this is true across all of software and AI. Payback periods. So how do we define a payback period? A payback period is a number of months required to recoup the cost of customer acquisition outlay to acquire a customer. We've seen payback periods increase about 12% on average. This is basically linear. It's in line with the increase in sales cycles. To offset slower sales cycles and to offset worse payback periods, quotas actually move linear with them. So the average respondents company increased quota 14% year over year, which is higher than inflation. Inflation has been averaging, call it 4% per year. And so you're looking at more than a doubling of overall inflation in sales quotas. We talked a bit about the Fed raising rates, the increased cost of capital. We talked about how founders are more optimistic about their fundraising expectations, which is a complete surprise to me. You look at the IPO market, basically non-existent. The M&A market's very difficult to sell a business. The cost of capital has gone up. Throughout all that, founders remain positive. They expect their valuations to be the same as in 2023 and the same as in 2022. This data is confounding. So we've seen a lengthening in sales cycle. We've seen buyers be much more scrutineering about what they buy. But when they do buy, there's a higher qualification rate. Okay, 10% increase in sales qualified conversion. Why could this be? Well, if you have a really big pipeline as a sales leader and you're not hitting your number, what are you going to do? You're going to redefine your ICP. You're going to redefine the qualification criteria and narrow down the funnel, really focus on that core. And it may take you longer to sell to those customers, but they'll likely be much higher quality. And so that's our hypothesis for why we're seeing a roughly 10% increase on the average, and then the first standard deviation out, which is that line on the right, is actually a 40% increase in sales qualified conversion. So that means the top third of all businesses actually saw a 40% increase in lead conversion. We talked a little bit about the world of AI in sales, AI, SDRs. There's a huge continuum. I can have a sales co-pilot. I can have a full SDR automation. We asked our respondents, how much are you using AI? What are the impacts? And we asked them to correlate, or we ran the correlation to understand what does that ultimately do to the sales funnel. And here's the data. And so what you would look at this data and you would say, if you're using AI, if you're not using AI, you actually saw a 21% increase in conversion. If you're not sure if you're using AI, which is about 25% of the respondent base, if you're using homegrown solutions, in other words, you built something on ChatGPT or Anthropic or others, or you bought something off the shelf, there's this distribution of conversion rates, but if we ran the statistical test, there's actually no difference in performance. If you look at ultimate bookings of a company or their ultimate lead conversion rate, irrespective of whether or not you use AI, it doesn't matter. So today, there's no change in ultimate conversion rate as a function of using AI or not. Going back to that initial point, that dinner that we had with a bunch of different buyers where they're asking about ROI, this is the reason for their question. They're not seeing the ROI. I was fortunate enough to spend dinner with a CRO of a publicly traded company, and I was asking her, are you using an AI SDR? And she said, yes, I am. And I said, how's it going? And she said, you would not believe the amount of pipeline we've been able to generate with an AI SDR. And I asked her, well, how long have you been using it? And she said, 9 months, and it's great. And then I asked her, how much business have you closed? And she said, 0. So it's not to say that AI won't work. It's to say many of us do not know how to use AI. I wrote a blog post a couple days ago. It was called the AI shibboleth. The shibboleth is a word that you use in secret in order to let people pass. One of the problems that we face as investors is trying to understand what is the unusual, what is the outlier, what is exceptional about a business, and try to back those companies. And we've been fortunate enough to back a few of them. And that's what I'm looking for in AI. I'm looking to upload a whole bunch of customer transcripts about the way that people use next-generation sales software. And I don't want to hear the average. I don't want to hear that Salesforce is great or HubSpot is great. I want to hear the one voice in the room, the one person back there who is saying, I really like this next-generation startup because it does these 3 things. I'm looking for the inverse of the average. And I don't know how to do that with an AI. Very few people actually do. When I wrote that blog post, there was a PhD from a great university who wrote back and told me exactly what to plug in. But the reality is we're all learning how to use these tools for the first time. One of the reasons it's so hard to sell is there are no experts because we're inventing it as we go. And so to that point, we still don't know how to use these AI software tools to sell effectively enough to be able to move the conversion metrics. This is an interesting chart, which is if you use AI, is your growth rate meaningfully faster than you thought it would be year over year? And the answer, again, is no. So there's no impact in overall growth rate change as a function of using AI. All of the respondent populations are effectively identical. This next chart is how much, so the question we asked is, how much did you grow? How efficient were you in that growth? And then we asked respondents to estimate how much more efficient did AI make you? So you have this one outlier on the top where one person said it makes us about 5x more efficient. Most people were about somewhere between 25 to 75% more efficient as a result of that. That's the y-axis. That's the vertical axis. On the x-axis, we actually looked at how much more efficient they were year over year, and those boxes are between -4 and 4%. So there's a dominant belief within the ecosystem that AI is making these processes much more efficient, and it's not showing up in the data. I think this is the last. So this was the biggest conclusion for me, and this has actually been independently substantiated by others, which is if you look at, so there's pricing theory. I love pricing theory. Love writing about it. There's an academic paper from the University of Minnesota. A brilliant researcher ran Monte Carlo simulations on how to optimize pricing structures. The dominant pricing structure in both B2C and B2B applications is a cell phone plan. There's a base number of minutes that you get for a particular price. You might buy 500 extra minutes at, say, a cent per minute, and then if you want any additional minutes above that, you might pay 2.5 cents for that minute. That's called a 3-part tariff. That, in game theory, is actually the most efficient, most effective pricing strategy, whether or not you're an incumbent, whether you're an up-and-comer, whether the market is expanding or not. And for a long time, this is what many SaaS companies did. They had a base platform fee, 10K platform fee, and then you charge for users. And they deployed a two-part tariff. The idea was that the base platform fee would be used to offset some meaningful fraction of the initial cost of customer acquisition, 40, 60, 70%, and then the contribution margin of that individual contract was generated through the seats. As I mentioned before, there's been a broad shift towards usage-based pricing or some combination thereof. And that's happened over the last 5 years. If we look at the net dollar retention change, so how much, if a customer spends $100 today, last year, if a customer spends $100 last year, how much are they spending with us this year? Top quartile used to be around 130% before COVID, now it's about 120%. So if we look at net dollar retention, if you're using a combination pricing model, in other words, seats plus usage, you see 3x the growth in net dollar retention as somebody who's using any other form of pricing. So that three-part tariff, that theory that was created in 2012 or 2013 out of the University of Minnesota is actually true. We see it in the data. And so at that event last night or 2 nights ago where we were talking about different pricing models for AI, we asked a number of people. About a third of the people are charging for seats. About another third of the people are charging for usage. And then the CRO, Dave, who I mentioned before, he raised his hand and asked, how many people are charging for value? And not a single person raised their hand. But this is the idea. The idea with the three-part tariff is that you're able to charge for value. You generate $10 million worth of marginal ROI, and you're able to capture 15, maybe 20, maybe 25% of it. And the combination pricing strategy of a base platform fee plus a usage-based component is what's driving that in the market today. So overall, in terms of what we've noticed, founders are more positive today than in 2022, despite the fact that sales cycles are about 12% longer. That lengthening sales cycle increases the payback period. To offset that payback period, startup founders and CEOs have increased quotas linearly. And in addition, as a result of focusing the ICP, all the math basically works, and we're back to where we were 2 years ago, although the quotas are higher. AI, to date, has no impact on conversion rate, has no impact on ARR growth, even though people who buy AI perceive it as a meaningful contributor to their overall efficiency gains. And then the last data point is, if you're going to be thinking about changing your pricing model, particularly in this new era, it's really important to think about how you can create a hybrid or a matrix kind of pricing model, because you'll have 6 percentage points more of net dollar retention. And as Einstein said, compounding interest is the most valuable force in the world. And so if you can have those 6%, why wouldn't you? So that's an overview of the survey. Thank you very much. Open to questions for a few minutes. Yes, you. Oh, yeah, actually, let's do that. Good idea.
Excellent. So my question is about ROI and in the enterprise context. I know you spoke mostly about mid-market, but ROI is a very slippery slope, especially when you don't know what the return is going to be. And if you add up all the return of all of the software that is being pitched to these leaders, you're going to end up with an order of magnitude above. It'll break their business models, essentially. So I'm just curious about your thoughts on ROI in the context of enterprise.
It's a great point. We look at cloud architectures, right? We all pitched ROI as the migration to the cloud. Most companies spend significantly more on the cloud than they did on on-prem, right? Look at Dropbox, save $400 million a year. So I think during really hard times of software selling, there's only 2 value propositions that matter. The first is, can I increase revenue? And the second is, can I decrease costs? And they're that order. When we go through a period of a bubble like we did in 2010 to 2020, that ROI can become murkier and murkier and murkier. And it's still okay. People will still buy software. What we're seeing now is you do need those ROI calculators. You do need to run the proofs of concept and show 9x, 5x, pretty significant improvement, because the change management is actually the underlying cost that prevents a lot of these organizations from switching. And so a 2x or a 3x improvement isn't there. The companies that are able to do this today, I mean, AI is really advocating that we can replace BDRs, or we can replace paralegals, or we can replace accountants. All of that is still really early. So it's an important consideration. It is really tough to deliver true ROI. The only case I've seen it work really successfully is running A/B tests, funneling traffic in parallel, and then ultimately demonstrating the performance, particularly at the infrastructure layer where you are.
Indeed, indeed. And I'll just say that the latest objection that we are hearing is, I'm not going to buy the benchmark ROI. I mean, it's based on our real customers, not going to buy it.
Buy it on my data. I want to see it on my data, right? Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hi. Oh, gosh, that's very loud. I'm from wayfound.ai, and we're about to release a study that we did with product leaders from across the digital industry. And what we found, and I wanted to ask about your first point on that slide, is that right now, 100% of CPOs and VPs of product are being asked by their boards, what is your generative AI strategy?
Yeah, no surprise.
And so, but the first one is it doesn't improve conversion rate, right? So how long do you think it will take to trickle down from product leaders being asked this question and other people in organizations being asked this question by their boards and by investors? The Goldman Sachs conference just happened, and about 30 to 50% of all investor questions were about generative AI strategy. So at what point do you think that top-down mandate from investors and boards is actually going to trickle down into organizations where that first point is going to completely flip? Because everybody's going to need to not just answer the question, but start executing on the answer.
That's exactly right. CFOs are pressuring people because of this result, and it's a very, very natural question. So the models are continuing to improve linearly. OpenAI just released
today.
Code Strawberry. That's right. I don't know what the public name is, but
At 01.
01. There you go. So the key challenge in a lot of these models is the reasoning capability. And what that means is, let's say I have a multi-step process that I want
No more as of today.
the
Not a
AI to
problem.
do, that if it's state-of-the-art and it's about 80% accurate and there are 3 steps, you multiply 80% 3 times, you're at 51% accuracy. So that's the first technical problem that we need to solve. It sounds like I haven't seen the benchmarks or the evaluation, but I was at an event at OpenAI and they were talking about the fact that this was coming. So I think the first step is solving the logical reasoning, and hopefully we're there. The next step is we as people need to know how to use these systems, and that I think will take longer. So if you pinned me down and said, when do we ultimately see ROI for broad swaths of the ecosystem, aside from code completion or refactoring code or legal, I would guess it's probably 18 to 24 months away. And it's more the change management of the people. The software will be there faster. We see it in customer support. Klarna cut 2/3 of their headcount. They're on a big cost-cutting effort. But we are starting to see it in certain categories, but broadly speaking, I guess 18 to 24 months.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a clarifying question
Yes.
first, and then based on your response, potentially another question.
Okay.
On the slide where you pointed out the lack of impact from AI, the no and the not sure groups, how are those defined again? These are respondents saying
They're
no, we're not
respondents
using
saying we
AI?
don't use AI, or I'm not sure that I use AI.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. So, and then what is like what was the percentage makeup of those groups relative to the?
As a fraction?
Yeah.
I don't know the number offhand. Send me a LinkedIn message, and I'll get you this.
Okay. Yeah. My follow-up question based on that though is, those like AI is woven into so much of now legacy software too, and existing software solutions. So those groups that are self-selecting, saying no and not sure, my hunch is that they probably are using AI in some way, even if they're not thinking of themselves using it. How do you, when you look at how much of an impact or lack thereof that AI has in, on ROI in this case, how do you delineate between pure AI solutions and the fact that AI in a way is just software now?
So we ask people to respond and we report on what they respond. I agree with you, all software will eventually become AI. I think we're in this interesting transition point where there are AI features or net new AI products, but over the next 2 or 3 years, they will fuse. And so this question will be harder to answer. But even if you look across the different groups, we ran a variety of different statistical tests to see if there was any kind of meaningful improvement across these groups. including making sure that the sample sizes are large enough to be statistically significant. And that was powered by AI. Actually, this entire work was run using Cursor, which typically takes 3 or 4 days to run this analysis. We did it in a few hours. There's meaningful ROI improvement, but yeah, we're relying on the individual respondents to say how much of AI they're using. Thank you very much.
Hi. So continuing on the theme of ROI, one of the key unlocks is the actual adoption in the enterprise. And one of the themes that I keep hearing is you might need to bundle in some services to drive the change management. So my question is, how should founders, especially product-first founders, think about bundling in services as part of the offering? And should they consider partnering with system integrators or consulting firms to actually drive that versus building it in-house?
Absolutely. So as we talked about, a big part of AI adoption is tied to change management. How do you educate people on using these? Both the companies themselves and the individual users both need to be educated. They need to learn together. One of the themes that came out at this event two days ago is success actually may matter more in AI than it has in the past, because we're learning when do these products actually work? What configurations? What prompts do I put in? How do I attach the tooling? And so landing the initial sale may actually be the easier part compared, and this is in contrast to classic software where the sale was actually the hard part. And once you got them in, success was relatively straightforward because the playbooks were built. It's probably inverted in the world of AI. And some of the leading companies are actually starting with services, building AI-enabled labor replacement, and then using that as a wedge to ultimately sell a deterministic software tool like a Salesforce, like a HubSpot in different categories. And so what we may see is partnering with BPOs to drive that efficiency, that change management, as a way of unseating the big incumbents. But that's still really early. Thank you for your question.
So you mentioned before that the CEO of the CRM company said like SDR will not have a job. But yet this survey, the data kind of like showed it doesn't happen.
That's right.
So what do you think like happening? I mean, is it like a hype or like it's just going to take longer, or what do you think?
Yeah, I think all of us in technology, we tend to overpromise in the short term and then ultimately deliver in the long term. You can look at Waymo releasing the traffic statistics where those self-driving cars are safer than humans. That took 10 years to ultimately get there. And so I think it's probably right. Like the BDR, SDR of the future doesn't look anything like the SDR or the BDR of today. They'll probably be managing 50 different email inboxes with robots sending messages back and forth and ultimate personalization. It's just that today, the robots that we have access to aren't able to drive the level of engagement or the quality of the conversations for that to change. So I think this change will inevitably happen. It will happen across many different disciplines, but it will take more time than all of us initially thought. Thank you very much.
Hi, Dikron Kerlopian, VP of Sales at GoCo.io. We have a couple data points in our mid-market closed loss reasons that align well with what you shared. We're seeing an 80% increase in ghosted deals that are otherwise qualified, a 50% increase in projects that are inexplicably abandoned that were otherwise qualified. So in the mid-market, what I'm trying to figure out is this simply a matter of the macro environment and this will come back and it's important not to overcorrect and swing the pendulum too hard? Or is this a matter of trying new tactics, and what would those tactics be?
This is a great question. I think if you had the answer, you and I could start a hedge fund together and make a lot of money. I think there is an overall deflationary force in classic software, and this ROI calculation is really important. When you look at the average enterprise today has 75 different security products. Nikesh, who is the CEO of Palo Alto, in the Q1 quarterly earnings, he had this fascinating stat, which is if you're a Palo Alto customer and you buy one additional product, so you go from one product to 2 products, you spend 4 times more. If you buy a marginal product, 2 years later, you'll be spending something like 10 to 15 times as much. And so there was this huge growth and this desire for expansion that led to this massive growth in overall startups and software ecosystem. And now the pendulum is swinging back. I think the great hope of AI and the reason why investors and a lot of founders are really excited about it is the hypothesis is that's the countervailing force to the overall deflationary environment in software. Because instead of going after the decreasing software budget, you're pursuing the labor budget. I mean, like we're investors in a security company, and if they were to sell a security product, that total market size as a security line item would maybe be $1 billion or $2 billion. The labor market that they're pursuing is $400 billion. And so they don't need that much of that market to become a real big public company. And so the whole idea of we're not selling software as a service, we're selling service as a software, the core nugget in there is let's go and pursue those labor budgets and replace humans, and that's the way that the category will grow. So I don't know that much about your business, but that's the way I'd sort of think about reframing it, which is how do we replace that marginal hire? Right? The office of the CFO will push on an individual executive and say, you don't really need 2 additional SDRs. You don't really need 2 more engineers. The way that the engineering manager or the sales manager will get around it, ideally, is by using AI-enabled software to drive that productivity. So you're going after the labor market spend. Yeah. That's the last question. Thank you very much for your time and attention. I appreciate it. Have a wonderful rest of your conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our show will begin in a few minutes. Please welcome to the stage Nick Mehta, CEO at Gainsight.
How you guys doing? Good to see everyone. Awesome. I like the band. Thank you to the band as well. Appreciate you guys. So excited to be here. My name is Nick Mehta. I'm the CEO of Gainsight. I know there's some friends in the audience, but also great to meet some new people as well. And I talk a lot about various topics. I can talk your ear off about Taylor Swift and how she's connected to SaaS, but I won't do that today. I want to talk about my side gig, which is customer success. So some of you know I've been running Gainsight for almost 12 years, back in the AOL era probably, a long time ago. And it's been amazing. Some of you know that our mission is all about helping companies deliver more value for their customers, and in the process drive more scalable growth for their business, higher retention, more expansion, better advocacy. I'm not going to talk about Gainsight, but just that's a little bit of context of what I'm going to talk about today. Because over 12 years, I've met more than 5,000 companies talking about how they manage their customers. I've talked to hundreds and hundreds of investors, and I've learned a lot about where customer success fits into the journey for a company. Many of you, as you build your business, need to make your customers successful because you need to drive growth. You care about your customers. You want your employees to be happy. But you also want to raise money. Raise your hand if you want to raise money at some point in the future. All right, great. So there's some people here. And whether you're directly raising money or you're trying to understand the VC world more, one of the things I want to talk about, main thing, is how does the data about your customers and the understanding of your customers fit into the process of investors thinking about investing. And again, this could help you in your next round of funding, could help you in the future if you found a company. So I'm going to share with you in a little fun way the 10 things that investors will grill you about around customer success, customer retention, net retention, all those types of things. Now, you may be in a position where investors are just throwing money at you. Anyone in that world where you have infinite capital? No, okay. You would have to leave if you were in that world because we don't want you here. But unless you happen to be OpenAI, raising every single round at hundreds of billions more than the last one, unless you're OpenAI or one of these crazy hot AI startups, you're like most companies, which is you got to find ways to grow, raise money, make your employees happy. And it's not as easy as it used to be, right? SaaS in 2021, SaaStr in 21 was just a party. Everyone was buying stuff, sales cycles, fundraising happened in almost autopilot, and the party's over. We're in a different world now, and a world where investors heavily scrutinize every aspect of your business. So not just what I'm going to talk about, scrutinize your team, your product, everything, right? But I want to talk about one question that you're going to get a lot from your investors. One thing that's going to come up over and over again, whether you have new investors you're looking for, I see Sean here in the audience, friend of mine, an investor, or you have existing investors and you have board meetings. And that thing is going to be all about your customers. How are they helping you grow? How are you helping them? It turns out to be one of the most important things investors ask about. I'm also going to talk more generally about how this fits with the entrepreneurial journey. Because being an entrepreneur, and some of you have done it multiple times, is a total slog, right? It's all glamorized on TV, and maybe some companies have unfettered success. For most of us, it's just like a climb every day. You're trying to get to that next level every day. You're climbing up a mountain. You're climbing up a rock face with no ropes, right? It's challenging. And if you're in this audience and building your early stage company, trying to pitch investors, getting asked one more question every time, I have empathy for you. And I can't claim to have a panacea, but maybe some of these things will help as you go through it. So I am not an investor. I'll say that up front. In fact, I made some angel investments, and what it's taught me is I'm a terrible investor, like a horrible investor. I trust a lot of other investors more than me. But I do know a bunch of great investors. And I asked a few of them that had invested in Gainsight over the years, I asked them, when you're diligencing companies, what do you ask about? What do you care about? What matters to you in the broad diligence process, whether you're in your first pitch or you're about to get a term sheet? So a couple quotes here. So a friend of mine named Ajay Agarwal, he was on our board for a very long time, like 9 years. He's at Bain Capital Ventures. He says, the first thing we look for at any company north of a few million of ARR is gross and net retention. They're the North Star. Now, what he says is pretty interesting. It's not just the metric itself. It shows your product market fit. It shows your execution. It shows the love your customers have. So people look at gross retention, which we're going to talk about if you don't know what that is, as a lens into your business. Now, Jeff Lieberman, who's a partner at Insight Venture Partners, had an even more direct quote. If I was allowed only one metric to make a SaaS investment, it would be gross retention. GRR stands for gross retention rate, if you don't know that. And he said by quite some margin. And this isn't like a one-off. Every investor I talk to says they want to understand the customers of the company. Now, you might have 5 customers where the metrics aren't as directly relevant, or you may have 100 or 200. No matter what, I hope you get something out of this, whether it's for now or for the future for your business. Now, one of the things we're going to do is try to ground this presentation in data. So I've got a lot of data in here. We'll make these slides available afterwards. And these data is powered by a free tool we created. It's a benchmarking tool, and we're happy to give you access. And it basically lets you go put in your metrics about your business around customers. So net promoter score, if you all know what that means, gross retention rate, net retention rate, daily active users, and then compare it to about 700 other companies that are in our data set and filter on companies like you. So early stage company that sells to big customers, things like that. So that's what the data is going to be based on in this presentation. So what I'd love to share is the top 10 things I think you might get grilled on by investors, by your board, maybe by some of your employees about your business in terms of customers. So I'll go through these each, and we'll do some questions towards the end. So let's start. Actually, I'll go through the whole list. I'm not going to read these now, but this gives you a sense. You can take a picture if you want of the questions we're going to cover here. All about net retention, which I'll describe, gross retention, early warning indicators, a lot of the best practices in customer success, but applied to what your investors might ask about. So let's click in. Net retention rate. So this is one that many of you have heard about. Public companies talk about it. And I'll say up front, it's kind of a scam. So I'll say it's a bit of a vanity metric, but it's important to know what that metric is and how you can break it down. So net retention, I'll describe a little more detail, but the basic concept is looking at your existing customers, how much they're spending with you, let's say 1 year ago, how much they're spending with you now, not counting new customers, right? That's the basic idea of net retention rate. Now, this is a chart from our benchmarking deck, and it basically lets you look at, in this case, your annual recurring revenue for a company. I don't think there's that many above $1 billion companies here, maybe a few, but you can look at the less than 5 million. And what's the average net retention rate for a company? And again, what this means is 102% would mean that if your customers a year ago were spending $1 million, that means today they're spending basically 2% more than that, not counting new customers. That's what net retention rate is, right? And you can see here that generally speaking, as your company grows, your net retention rate will go up. One thing I'll show you is net retention rates in general, year over year, have gone down because it's a harder environment to sell and to renew and so on. Now, speaking of that, we just did a recent survey, separate survey, so not the benchmark data, and we asked people your net retention rate this year versus last year. So this, essentially, the chart looks at the x-axis is the net retention rate. The y-axis is number of percentage of people that are in each of those buckets. And net retention rate was down 3 points year over year. But this includes a lot of big companies. I've seen a lot of startups or growth stage companies where their net retention rate is down 10, 15, or 20 points year over year. Now, why is that? Well, let's break down what net retention rate is. So net retention rate is a mix. I said it's a bit of a scam because it's mixing a lot of things together. It's kind of a vanity metric, but it's important to know, and vanity metrics are good sometimes. So what we look at in net retention, and this chart, by the way, came from another company called Ibaka, so they get credit for the chart. So we look at the previous period, let's say a year ago, and your customers are spending, in this case, $100, right? And then what happens over that year? Not counting any new customers. Well, customers might grow, like they might upgrade to a higher package. Customers might buy more seats or whatever entitlements you have. Customers might cross-sell, which means they buy new products from you. But they also, those are good things, they also might churn totally. That's a full churn. They might reduce the spending that they have with you, downsell. They may drop a package. And so this idea of net retention is netting out the good things about your existing customers and the bad things. And overall, that turns into a percentage calculation, right? 102%, 110%, 90%. 90% would mean your customers are shrinking overall. 110% means they're growing about 10%. So that's the idea of net retention. Now, the reason I show you this chart is as you operate your business, my 2 cents, is it's important to break down these levers. Because each of these levers has a different solution. You know, you look at it, if you want to drive more growth in your packages, in your product, probably need more packages to sell, right? It's about pricing and things like that. It's about the value prop of moving up in the packages. It's about the marketing on those. If you want to upsell, you have to do a better job proliferating your product throughout the organization. If you want to cross-sell, you have to have more stuff to sell. Churn might be for anything from a lack of deployment to change in sponsor. Downsell might be because they have economic pressure at the customer, they want a discount. So the basic idea is each of these has a different strategy. So net retention is something people will probably ask you about, but every savvy investor knows how to see through this. And they will go to the second one, which is cohort level gross retention. That is like the nerdiest phrase possible, but it means something. So cohort level gross retention is the idea that you need to look at your retention of your existing clients, but not including any of that expansion, right? So gross retention is about looking at what people are doing with your business, not counting any additional things they add in. So let's do a math quiz. What's the maximum gross retention a company could have? Somebody shout it out. 100%. You can't go, there you go. Is that Miranda in the back? There you go. You know, she's a pro in the back. So that was that, you rigged that one. So 100% is the max. So it can only be less than that. It doesn't include upsell. Doesn't include cross-sell. Doesn't include upgrades. It just includes the bad things that could happen. Now, if you look at it in the same benchmark data, we have your gross retention. And this is a little bit more spotty. I wouldn't read too much. There's not really much of a trend. But in general, you find, roughly, in SaaS, that SMB-oriented businesses that sell to SMB, have gross retention somewhere between mid-70s and mid-80s. Enterprise-oriented businesses that are maybe like departmental apps are anywhere from 85 to low 90s. Core, like systems of record, you know, CRM, ERP, accounting, HR, might have 95+%. ServiceNow has like almost 100%, for example. So this is overall gross retention. Now, what's interesting is you can compare it year over year. Again, we have this great data set to do that. And we looked at this year versus last year. On average, gross retention is down 1 point. But again, this includes a lot of big companies with more sticky products. For smaller companies, gross retention is down anywhere from 5 to 10 points year over year. That's everything from people churning because they're consolidating vendors or thought your product was nice to have, to people putting price pressure and saying, yes, I'll renew, but I want a 20% discount, to saying, I don't need that extra package. All of that is the churn people are seeing. So if you have seen your churn go up year over year, you're not alone. Definitely not alone. It still sucks, but you're not alone. Now, I said cohort level gross retention, right? What does that mean? Well, the traditional calculation of gross retention is pretty simple. It's looking at it's a calculation, right? So 1 minus, looking at your churn and your downgrades and downsell over your starting point, right? So if you had started with $1 million and you had $50,000 of churn, full churn, $50,000 of downsell, that's $100,000 total. Out of $1 million, you've had 10% churn, 90% gross retention. That's a very simple math. But what investors often want to do, if you have a lot of customers and some more history, which not everyone does, is look at cohort level analysis. So cohort level analysis, this is from a website called SaaStr. It's basically looking at, for a given, let's say, month or quarter, you bring customers on. Let's say you bring 100 customers on in a month or quarter. Okay. In that month or quarter, over the next year, 2 years, 3 years, how many of those customers are still with you, right? You brought in 100 customers. A year later, they're 90 with you. The next year, they're 80, right? And that's looking at just the sample size of those customers. Now, why does that matter? People want to see if your cohorts, meaning like your new sets of customers, are getting better or worse. Do the new customers you're bringing on now have higher retention than those 2 years ago? How is that changing in your business? So that's the second thing people look at is gross retention. Now, I will say some of you are very young companies, right? Maybe you just started a year ago. Maybe you have 5 customers. And maybe you're going to go to an investor and say, we have $500,000 of ARR, and we have 100% renewal rate. But we also haven't had any renewals. So this happens a lot, right? If you have a 1 or 2 year contract, you've been selling for 3 months, you tell the investor, we have 100% renewal rate. It's obviously a bit of fiction, right? Because you haven't been tested yet. So a lot of investors want to see through that by asking follow-on questions. They want to understand, even if you haven't had renewals, what should you expect in terms of renewals? So we get to question 3. What are the early warning indicators in your business? So if you were talking to an investor, what can you show them to convince them these customers will renew? To show them that you have a handle on the ones that are going to churn. What do you do to figure that out? And so this is super important if you're a young company. Now, one way to think about this is something called Net Promoter Score. I think probably most people know what it is, but just if for people that don't, it's a way to sort of assess how rabid and excited a customer base is. It was created a long time ago by some consultants at Bain and a guy called Fred Reichold. And the basic idea is you ask people on a scale of 0 to 10 how likely you are to recommend company X, Gainsight or whatever, to a friend or colleague. You look at the 10s and 9s minus the 0 through 6. You divide them by the total. That's the metric. Maximum Net Promoter Score you can have is 100%, and minimum is negative 100%. This is a good metric. It's good to track it. If you have a small company, it's just not very significant statistically. Also, you often don't get good response rates. You also get random people filling it out. So most people don't find this super valuable. The second thing people will do is come up with some way to track early signs of retention or churn. So this is like our own methodology we use. It's called DEAR. It stands for Deployment, Engagement, Adoption, and ROI. So we have our own, like for our business, a formula, and that correlates heavily to retention. This is a screenshot from Gainsight, but you can do this in Excel or whatever. Basically, a set of metrics that you have some belief correlate with retention. If you're a small company, you can't run like statistically significant analysis and say this provably drives retention. But at a minimum, you can say this is our hypothesis. You can come to the investor and say, yeah, we have these 4 core things we track. We'll see how they go over time, but we believe these are predictive of retention. So really having a point of view. It could be, by the way, have we met with the customer the last 90 days? That's engagement in our terminology. It could be, are they using all the licenses they have? That's deployment in our terminology. It could be, are they adopting all the features that we've shipped, or maybe some key features? And then ROI, it could be the value that they've gotten. But you need to have something to stand on, particularly if you don't have a lot of renewals because you're a new company. Now, the other thing that people will do is look at the sentiment of the customer. And what I mean by that is you get all kinds of emails and video meetings, and now with AI and stuff like that, you can analyze it and show to an investor what's the sentiment of these customers, right? This is an example for our own business, but so we have products for this. You can, again, do this with AI on your own too. But running your communications through some LLM to give the investor a summary of what customers are saying and how they feel about you. That's like a no-brainer. I would totally do that. Again, you could buy products, you can do all the basic stuff for free. Just load it, take an export of all the stuff, load it into ChatGPT, and figure out how you can share to an investor what people are saying about your product. Number 4, because I want to leave some time for questions, so I'll keep going. What makes your customers sticky? Now, what do I mean by sticky? I think most of you probably heard this term. Put up a fun image of my CEO role model, Michael Scott. And sticky is the idea that there's some products that you just can't get rid of, even if you don't like them. And I know that sounds heretical. I think most of us would love to have beloved products. We also want to have products that people don't quit on. And I'll tell you a secret, and that's not a secret anymore. There's a lot of beloved products that people churn left, right, and center nowadays, including many of the ones you love, maybe some of your products as well. So the question is, what do you do to make your business sticky and show the investor that it is actually sticky? One thing people look at is basic usage stats. Some people probably know what a DAU/MAU ratio is, daily active users, so the number of people using your product every day, divided by monthly active users. The basic idea is if you have people that are using it every day and almost everyone that uses it in a month uses it every day, you have a very sticky product. If you have a product that people use once a week, once a month, once a quarter, it's dangerous. It's much easier to rip out. So showing an investor some kind of metric that shows stickiness, that's an example. Another example, so we talked about cohorts. showing cohorts for user retention. I'm sure many of you have used analytics products before. Pretty simple concept. You look at a customer that comes in month 1 and the number of users, and then you look at the number of users month after month. And that will always drop, but is it dropping off a cliff, which is really scary, meaning every new customer starts using you and then stops, and the only reason you have users is you keep adding new customers. That's called the Bernie Madoff method, right? You just keep playing the shell game. Or are you keeping customers and keeping them active month after month? And then what you can do is then define what you're doing to drive that sticky adoption. So in this case, like one of the features in our product that's very sticky is, without nerding out, it's called Journey Orchestrator. It's like an automated digital customer success thing. We identified that people that use Journey Orchestrator have a 10-point higher net retention than people that don't. So we create all these campaigns in our customer success team to get people to use it more. So again, we're a decent-sized company, but even if you're smaller, what are those things that people use that get them totally hooked, that make them want to stay? Right? You think about just any consumer app you use, TikTok or something like that. There's something you do on TikTok that causes you, maybe it's watching 5 minutes of videos, that you want to keep using it every single day and you can't stop like most of us here, right? And what's that thing that makes a customer addicted to your product? That's stickiness. Now, investors will dig even further, right? They're going to say, what are your processes? Like, what are you doing to make this all better? Now, if you're a small company, nobody expects you to have like sophisticated processes. Honestly, it's a red flag if you do. But at least thinking about it. Like, what are the core principles, what you're doing as a company to make things better for your customers, to drive adoption, retention, and so on? One of our people in Gainsight put this chart together a while back, which is a pretty interesting, very basic chart. It just shows the customer lifecycle. You sell a customer, right? If you assume you're in B2B. You get them to use the product, adopt. You get them to ideally expand, renew, advocate, et cetera. But along the way, what you're doing is moving them through a journey. You're onboarding them. You're getting them to turn on some basic features. You're getting them to use advanced features. You're deploying it to more users, right? You're just kind of expanding that rollout. If you can show an investor a slide that's just like how you're approaching your customers, I think it goes a long way. It's not, you don't need to automate it. You don't need a ton of processes. Just like a simple concept of what you're trying to do. And to show you an example of what that looks like, and this is Gainsight, so it's much more complicated because it's a little bigger, but we have these 6 reasons people buy our products, like improve retention, get more efficient, things like that. And then we have metrics that we track for our customers to measure if they're getting value. And then we have processes to make sure these things happen. Again, we're like 1,000 people. Some of you might be bigger, some smaller. If you're smaller, don't do all this complicated stuff, but have a point of view on what should happen in your customer lifecycle. What should your customers do to get more value? Number 6, what do you do to show clients the value you're receiving? This is something a lot of investors will ask. What value are your clients getting? Yeah, they're using your product. Maybe they're staying with you. Maybe they're an advocate. But what value are they getting? How do I know when there's a new executive at that company and the person you sold to is gone? How do I know they won't just rip it out? Right? Many of you, how many of you have, raise your hand if you've had an executive sponsor change and somebody ripped out the product? No shame here. Okay, there you go. So that's happened everywhere. And so what do you do to show your clients value? And again, this doesn't have to be rocket science. Very simply, simple process. The format is a little messed up, but simple process. You get a new customer. Understanding, why do they buy? Maybe it's in the sales process. What are they trying to achieve? Maybe you have a marketing technology. You're trying to grow more leads for them. Maybe you have software that uses AI to reduce risk. Maybe you have a way to measure that risk. So what are their goals? And then what you ideally want to do after that sale is bring everyone together. Make sure that client is aligned on what they need to do to get that value from your software. I know it sounds so basic, but a lot of people, what they do is they sell the software, They end up working with the junior people to get it deployed. The executive loses track of it. They quit. Somebody else comes in and says, what the heck is this stuff? And do we get any value? And people are like, I don't know what it does. You know, that's the problem many of us in this room deal with, including Gainsight. And so then ideally what you do is create some kind of a plan. So you've identified their goals and their strategies. What's the plan to make it happen? The people call that a success plan. You can put it in slides or document. Eventually you can put it in software, and then track the value that's being delivered. Ideally, you could go to your investors and say, yeah, we have 20 clients live. 3 of them have achieved 200% ROI from our solution. And this will come back when I talk about real customer evidence. This is going to be really important when you try to prove to investors that you have legitimate customers. So, good segue. So one of the things that's super important to know is who are your advocates? Who are the people that are going to pound the table and say they can vouch for you? Now, this is a complex area. This isn't just people that like, companies that like you, right? That's absolutely not enough. And so when I look at it, it's like, who are the massive fans? And I heard another investor I know that I do a little work with, he said, I need companies we invest in for like Series A and seed to have customers that are so passionate and will pound the table and like literally would do anything to get me to invest. Like that's the level of what you want ideally versus the like, oh yeah, we use that product, it's pretty cool. Or yeah, they're really nice people, right? You don't want them to say that as the opening line. You want them to say this is really, really valuable. And so like as an example, in this case, I blurred out all the customer names obviously, but you know, I went into our own product. We can look up customer references through like an AI thing. And you basically came up with like, what are all the things that, in this case, some customers are doing and ROI that they've received and things like that, positive things that they've had. So if I was trying to produce a list of customers for an investor, I can share something like this. But the key thing is remembering they want real advocates, people that are actually getting value. So what's the checklist? Number 1, they've got to actually use the product. I'm pretty sure Gainsight's been listed on the customer logo slide for a bunch of startups, and sometimes the investor emails me, I'm like, I don't think we've ever used that product, right? And that's the reality. There's a lot of people that put logos on there that maybe there was a demo or maybe they had a friend there. People that actually use the product. Not a friend, ideally, not your family member, and ideally not a failed portfolio company, meaning your investor introduced you to one of the other companies in the portfolio. Now, do you need those companies? Yes. Can you get good product feedback from them? Sure. That's how you build great businesses. Are they compelling references? Absolutely not. People see through that. Really having good adoption, right? Not just, oh, we deployed the product, we're just getting started, we're in beta, we're doing a pilot. Ideally, like we're actually using it. Real ROI. So, you know, investor call might go something like this. Hey, we heard you use this product X, Y, and Z. What do you think? They're like, okay, great. We love the product. It's awesome. Really nice people. And then what ROI have you achieved? And it's like crickets. What value is that customer going to tell the investor that you've driven? Now, you may need to help that customer articulate that value. You may want to do a prep call with that customer. I would totally do this. And say, hey, you know, certain investors going to reach out to you. I'd love to sit with you and just hear a little bit about your story, maybe help shape like what you're going to share. So no shame in that, but make sure they don't go into that call with no real value they can articulate. They need to be a massive fan. So on top of all that, they just need to be really, really excited about what you do. So I wouldn't go in with a weak reference. In fact, if you investor says, who are some of your customers I can talk to? My opinion, giving them a weak reference is worse than no reference. It literally dilutes your whole pitch process and value. And then finally, I think the final thing to have a great relationship, having like what I call a texting relationship with a client, right? Where you have such a strong relationship, they're going to give you the feedback after the VC call right away. You can check in with them to help them with data points to share in the reference, you know, things like that. So these are for me, a checklist of what you might consider as you think about getting great advocates. Number 8, what's the cost structure for CS? So this is something that'll happen later, so not necessarily a seed level, but probably a Series B. How much are you spending on customer success? We got some great benchmarks in this free tool. And basically, this looks at how much you spend on customer success divided by your ARR. And then the x-axis is the total company ARR. And you can see you get more efficient the bigger you get. That's nothing too complicated, sophisticated about that. And then we can look at all kinds of other metrics like how does your NR correlate to how much you spend? If you spend more money, do you generate more NRR? Things like that. So number 9, what can you do to get more efficient? So some people, if you have a growth stage company, especially now, nobody wants to just throw good money after bad, don't have infinite capital. And so people will ask you, like, how much do you spend versus how much are you managing? So how much does a CSM manage? Dollars per CSM. This is the average in our data set, for example. They'll ask you about how many accounts is a CSM managing. Again, this is all in this free tool we're happy to share with you. And then they'll ask you, like, what else are you doing? We're a big believer that customer success is more than just having a bunch of CSMs. In fact, if I give you one piece of advice from the beginning, it's don't just hire a bunch of CSMs. Maybe 1 or 2. It's heretical for me to say, by the way, but it's true. Go fix all your processes, your product. Make it so you can scale without a crazy number of people. And there's a diagram we put together of all the things you could do, training programs for your product on the right there, in-app messages, build a community for your customers, make things more digital, and then do CS, right? Kind of do it all together, but don't just throw people at the problem. Last one, how do you use AI? So, of course, it's going to be asked everywhere, but I think especially as you grow, people are going to say, how are you using AI in your customer journey? It's like a standard checklist question nowadays, right? And so we have a framework. These will be in the slides we'll share. It's called the Human First AI Playbook. It's basically how to use AI in your customer journey. And human first, it's a term we use a lot, is the idea of how do we use AI to help human beings, help the humans in your team, help the humans at your customer. And there's a lot of detail underneath this, things like how to use AI to eliminate surprises, find early warning, make things more automated for your team, improve your customer experience, and so on. So to the extent you have at least a talk track on how you're going to use AI, it makes your pitch that much better. And then you can go in and show things like, I'm using AI here and there, maybe an example, a prototype. This is just an example from us. OK, so I do have one more thing I want to share at the end, but I want to pause for some questions here. I'll probably have time for 2 or 3 questions. So we have microphones right here. You guys can run up and see who wants to ask a question. Otherwise, I'll call on somebody. All right, there you go. We got one here. Brave soul, come up here and say your name, by the way, and company if you don't mind, too.
Hey there. Thanks for the presentation. Peter Dutka, founding head of product at an EdTech Series B, named Class Technologies. So you mentioned in your framework, Dear, deployment, engagement, adoption, and ROI. I'm curious, when it comes to ROI, it can obviously be really challenging to actually measure and capture those outcomes.
Yeah.
Particularly if it's not there's things that you can do during the onboarding and activation phase, hey, customer, which of these 6 outcomes are you most interested in? But actually capturing and tracking the data to be able to determine or assess whether or not the customer is getting ROI may be outside of your product.
Correct. Yeah.
And so I'm wondering, what have you guys seen across your platform in terms of how people are navigating that challenge, and if you're starting to see more people trying to kind of bring that sort of outcomes data assessment type information into the product experience more natively, if you will?
Yeah, it's a super savvy question because you're right. Some products, actually a lot of collaboration products, for example, there's not a direct tie to financial outcomes. And then there's certain products, let's say a fintech product, where they probably see the payment volume, the chargeback rate, all that, they see all that data. And yes, in general, companies are trying to build more technology to bring outcomes in. That's hard, that takes a while. But then on top of that, what they're typically doing is sitting with the customer and identifying leading indicator that ties to that financial outcome, and then doing some correlation analysis where they can at least convince the customer in general these are correlated together. You won't be able to do it super scientifically, but say the customer, for example, in our business, right, we want to help people reduce churn, we don't always see all that data. But we know that if people reduce customer risk, that's likely to reduce churn. We know if people drive more adoption, it's likely to reduce churn. So that's the type of leading indicator, lagging indicator, but very, very good question. All right, go for it.
Yeah, hi, I'm Henry Abenai. I'm the CEO of Fundingo. We're a loan management platform.
Great.
And we're bootstrapped, so customers would love a lot more love after they go live, but we don't have the funds to give them what they need. So we charge them, but it's a challenge between getting them to pay for customer success at that stage. What advice do you have for that?
Well, it's interesting. It's a great question because more and more companies are trying to charge for customer success, whether they're bootstrapped or not. Now, it's hard to do when you're an early stage startup, probably similar to what you're going through, because people don't always know that they need you. So they're like, well, I'm not going to pay you if you're charging me that I just won't use your software. So I think that is a legitimate question. I think the more you can make the package that you're charging for not just feel like a CSM, the more you can charge for it. So for example, if you can say as part of this package, we're going to give you better support, a really high-touch onboarding, we're going to meet with you once a quarter on site, we're going to do an assessment for you, we're going to do an ROI model for you, whatever, you add a bunch of stuff. Kind of like you're almost like being a product manager, but you're product managing the customer success package. Awesome. Last question.
Yeah. So my name's David. So how do you deal with usage-based pricing, right? That maybe even there's some seasonality with the customer when you're thinking about GRR.
Yeah.
And how do you basically paint that?
Yeah, it's a really good question. Most people will, a lot of people will break it apart. If there's a core subscription, they'll report that GRR and then a separate metric for seasonal usage. In general, people understand that seasonal usage will not have the same retention metrics. Almost everyone I listed there is subscription contracts, everything in those slides. And so I don't know, do you guys have a subscription part of your business or it's 100% consumption?
It's 100% consumption, but there's like an initial flat lower fee.
There's a minimum kind of?
There's a minimum, there's a minimum. And
so I think people will start looking at retention of that minimum. Like in other words, does that customer cancel a contract altogether? But then they will look at year over year usage up and down. The metrics, though, have to be different for that type of business. So happy to chat more offline. So I want to close out. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I just want to close out, get you out on time. I said a closing thought just because I have a lot of empathy for entrepreneurs, and we're all in the same boat together. So I mentioned up front that it can be a tough journey. And obviously, part of this was what can we do in the world of customers and all that to help in your fundraising. But more generally, I think building these companies is a climb. Whether you're an executive, whether you're a founder, it doesn't really matter. It is a total climb. It's a grind, right? It really is all about this like one step after another. So I thought I'd just close with a fun story, personal story that maybe ties this all up. Okay, so 6 weeks ago, I took my college daughter, she's a sophomore in college, from here to Kilimanjaro in Africa. Anyone raise your hand if you've done KJ before? Anyone in the room? All right, there you go. Okay, we got a chat. You'll hear my story here. And I went through this incredible experience, and also scary, I'll tell you about that, which I think is like a lot of our entrepreneurial experiences. A lot of the things that are challenging and scary, but also rewarding at the same time. And so the TLDR is, 7-day trip. You go up 7 days up and down the mountain, 20,000 feet elevation. It's crazy. I went in with high hopes that this would be my first of the big summits, and then eventually I'll do Everest. I don't know if I'm going to do Everest after this experience, but it was amazing. And I had a bunch of lessons I took away, 6 lessons. I thought I'd just share them with you at the closing. It's more of a just entrepreneurial journey, parallel. So first one is I got to the top, but I wasn't the first one to the top. We were in a group, and I wasn't the first one to the top. In fact, the guide, there's these guides who take you up. He said, we can carry your pack in the last few thousand feet. And he said, no one will ask if they carried your pack. They'll just ask if you got to the top, right? And I think that's a really good lesson in life. Sometimes you need advice. Sometimes you're not always great at something. Like as an entrepreneur, founder, CEO, executive, you're never good at everything. Honestly, I have some people on my team here. They can tell you I suck at a lot of things. I'm good at like 2 or 3 things, but I'm not good at a lot of things. And it's okay to be mediocre. I was not the first to the top of the mountain. I thought I was going to be. I wasn't. I truly, I barely got through this, right? Second one is, this particular hike, it's 7 days, no shower. Every day you wake up early, you sleep in 10-degree weather, you hike all day. It's not like impossible, but it's not easy. And I feel like this is a lot like what running a company or being in a startup is nowadays. It used to not be like this in 2021. Now it's just a grind. I feel like if you feel like yours is a grind, you're truly like 99% of companies. We're all in the exact same boat. So I personally love the grind. I've been doing this thing for 12 years, right? I mean, literally, it's like a long time. Some of you weren't even working when Gainsight was launched. But I love it. I love the grind. I love just like one step after the other. In Kilimanjaro, they use the phrase in Swahili, pole pole. You might remember that phrase, which means just like slowly, one step at a time. Third one I took away. So I'm somebody who like speaks at events and whatever. And like the last thing I thought I'd ever want was to be alone. In fact, I was a very lonely kid, so I never really wanted that to ever happen again. Always obsessed with whether people like me, things like that. But in this mountain, I met all these people that hike totally on their own. Literally, somebody hiked the Appalachian Trail, which is like, thousands of miles, literally on their own with nobody else, And I got this experience. I was like, wow. I was with my daughter, but not the whole time. And I was like, this is awesome, being on your own. And I think sometimes that's what being a founder or executive or employee of a startup is like. Number 4, so this is the crazy part of the story. I got something called hypoxia at the top of the mountain, which is not good. We talked about NPS before. I'd give Kilimanjaro a 10 on NPS and hypoxia 0. Hypoxia means your body's running out of oxygen and you're basically going to die. Now, thankfully, these amazing guides noticed that my lips were turning blue. I was delirious. I was falling over. They took me down a few thousand feet from the top. They gave me oxygen. But that oxygen saved my life and also reminded me how important it is for all of us to get that refresh, right? Hopefully not almost dying, but getting that help every now and then is so darn important. Now, fun fact, if you look at Kilimanjaro, you can Google image it. At the top, there's all this snow. And I was talking to my daughter a few days after you came down. And I said, so crazy, huh? Kilimanjaro was supposed to have snow at the top, and there was no snow at the top. And she said, Dad, we hiked the last 2 hours through snow. What are you talking about? I was like, okay, this is what happens when you have no oxygen in your brain. I think it's all back in my brain, although I don't know. Who knows? You'll never know. Number 5, my daughter went with her best friend, me and my daughter's best friend's dad. So the 4 of us. And this is my daughter and best friend on the flight back. And my daughter told me at some point on the trip, she's like, Dad, I'm so sorry. Like, I'm not spending the entire trip with you. She's hanging out with her friend, too. I was like, that makes me so happy. Some people might have kids here. It makes me so happy that you're having a great time. And I think this happens in startups. You'll have people move on from your company. And it makes you, hopefully, so happy that they're going and doing their next thing, founding their next startup. And then finally, I did have a lot of bruises because of all the issues I had. This is one of my hands coming down. There are probably still scars on it. And I think some of those scars are actually underrated. Now, final learning, number 7, it's not that the bonus is my mom, who is hilarious, classic like immigrant mom, texts my daughter when we came down the mountain. My daughter says, oh, yeah, my dad had a bunch of problems at the top. And my mom texts my daughter the following. Do you mind clicking? Oh, sorry, we lost the clicker there. Oh, there you go. Okay, let me go back one, if you don't mind. Sorry, okay, don't worry about it. We'll skip that. My mom texts my daughter and says, oh, your dad had a hard time on the top of Kilimanjaro? My 70-year-old friend had no problem with Kilimanjaro. What's wrong with your dad? So, in the words of my mom, being mediocre, at least, is okay. Keep grinding. Take some time for yourself and solitude. Refill your oxygen along this long journey. Be proud of what you've done and embrace the scars. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the conference.